Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2. So isn't it? So where were we? Get my wee cup of tea. See what's been happening. It's been on for last night.
Yes. Right. Yes. I do not.
But it was exchanging gunfire for a substantial amount of time.
I don't have the answer to that, and I'm not going to release that information at this time anyway.
Sheriff, do you know what type of weapon the individual was carrying? And what
He
type
had
of
several. That's all I know.
Several guns, knives,
Several guns.
several guns.
Yeah.
Assault rifles, handguns,
I don't know that at this time.
Do we know how old he was?
I do not.
Were businesses along the rest of that street evacuated or anything?
I believe so, yes. Our hunkered down, somebody just pointed out in the Ace Hardware. So. All right, well, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Sheriff.
I think we could get two screens, move this one up, put another one below it, two tellies on. Well, things are on, other wee things are on in the background. See what happens, is it? Perhaps.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to get you right back into the headlines here, as Friday did mark 10 years since a deadly tornado outbreak in Texas. We know more than a dozen people were killed and many others injured. Homes also severely damaged and destroyed. Now, there were several different cities that were impacted here, and included in that is Rowlett. They held an event last night where they broke down everything about what happened and what they remember about that day.
As we start off tonight's event, I want to welcome up my fellow colleague and council member Marvin Gibbs to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I invite you to stand if you are able.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Please be seated. Well, good evening, and thank you for being here with us tonight. As mayor for the city of Rowlett, it is my honor to welcome you to our 10th anniversary Tornado Remembrance Ceremony. I want to thank each of you for joining us this evening as we come together as a community to reflect and to honor those lives who were forever changed by the tornado on December 26, 2015. Conducting tonight's invocation will be Pastor Ann Dotson. I'm going to invite her up here. She is with First Christian Church in Rowlett, and she is going to share some remarks and also lead us in our invocation.
The morning of December 26, 2015, I raced to the airport to catch a plane to Atlanta, where I would drive up the mountains to North Carolina the next morning to be with my mom in the last few weeks of her life. At 7 p.m., my phone was blowing up. My family was checking in. The people from the church were calling me. My son-in-law was sheltering people in place at Texas Landing Cattle. My oldest daughter leaving her ICU shift at Baylor, Dallas, unknowingly following the tornado down 30 and across 190. Both of them calling with only these words, "Oh, Mom, oh, Mom." I sent our elders addresses of people living in the area of destruction and coordinated donations from North Carolina. I asked them if I needed to come home. Their response, "No, Ann, we know how to be church without you." Best words a pastor could ever hear. I got home 3 weeks later and found devastation as far as I could see, but also found community. There were no boundaries between denominations, lifestyles, political preferences, age, or social status, just community caring for everyone in need. As we remember this life-changing event, my prayer includes the continuation of that same community care. Let's pray. Almighty God, when the natural disasters come, there you are. When destruction and devastation hit, your spirit moves. We are so grateful for the huge, compassionate hearts that stepped out and stepped up instantly so that this community could begin to heal. For every church, every city official, every nonprofit, every individual, every donation from near and far, we are so thankful for your tireless and generous hearts. For every first responder, for every CERT team, and to those individuals who ran to check on neighbors. We prayed God's blessings on you then, and we continue to pray over you today. You were amazing. As we look back on that night, we turn once again to you, Lord. We pray that hearts have been healed, that fears will subside little by little each year, and that this community will remember those who stepped in to help and give thanks for their willingness to move at the prompting of your inclusive, sweet spirit. Continue to help us grow stronger, closer, and even more compassionate within our community and the surrounding areas. Cover our hearts with your grace as we remember, reflect, and renew our faith in you and one another. May we always see and be you, your good work in all situations and in all times. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor Ann. And thank you for not just being a friend to Rowlett, but also a personal friend as well. 10 years ago, our city experienced one of the most devastating events in our history. In a matter of moments, a tornado tore through neighborhoods, leaving behind destruction, uncertainty, and unimaginable loss. Across our area, lives were lost, homes were destroyed, and families were forever altered. That night, the spirit of our community was put to the test. And so tonight, we gather, first and foremost, to honor the lives that we lost. Mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, neighbors and friends. We speak their names aloud in our hearts to remember. Names like LaShondra, Kimberly, Cameron, Petra, Cecil, Sharva, Jose, and Timothy. And we hold those families close in our thoughts. And if you are visiting with us tonight and you lost someone that you cared for that evening, please know that the collective arms of everyone gathered here are wrapped around you tonight. No amount of time can erase your loss, but our shared remembrance ensures that those lives of the loved ones that you shared are never forgotten. We also gather to recognize the strength of those who survived and continue to carry the impact of that night with them. For many, the memories remain vivid. The path to healing has not always been easy, and it's important that we acknowledge both the visible and the invisible journeys that continue to this day. Every time there's a power outage, for every outdoor warning siren, and every weather alert from our phones serves as a flashback to those moments and that fear. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, something remarkable emerged. In the hours and days following that storm, the true spirit of Rowlett revealed itself. Neighbors helped neighbors. First responders, city staff, and volunteers worked tirelessly, often around the clock, to rescue, to comfort, and to rebuild. Faith leaders opened their doors. Businesses, organizations, and individuals from near and far stepped forward with generosity, compassion, and hope. Just like the sculpture behind me, appropriately titled The Spirit of Rowlett, our community rose up stronger to overcome grief, hurt, and loss. As a Rowlett resident at the time, and as your mayor today, I have never been more proud of our community. What we witnessed was not just recovery, it was unity. It was resilience. It was a city that came together as a family to face a moment of tremendous hurt that damaged us all. Tonight is a time for remembrance, but it's also a time for reflection. We reflect on how far we've come over the past 10 years. We reflect on the lessons learned about always being prepared, showing and receiving compassion, and the importance of standing together during life's most difficult moments. And we reflect on the responsibility we share to continue strengthening our community for the future. This evening also serves as a moment of gratitude. On behalf of the City of Rowlett, I extend my deepest thanks to our first responders, both near and far. City employees, volunteers, faith leaders, business owners and operators, and countless residents who answered the call when it mattered the most. Your service and selflessness helped guide Rowlett through its darkest hours and toward healing. As we move through tonight's ceremony, I invite each of you to take this time to remember, to reflect, and to honor the resilience that defines our city. Let's each look for ways that compassion and unity emerged from tragedy. And let's each commit to continue supporting one another today and tomorrow, because we never know what tomorrow might hold. At this time, I'd like to share a proclamation in commemoration of this day, and I would invite all my members of the Rowlett City Council forward to share in this proclamation. Whereas, on December 26, 2015, the day after Christmas, the city of Rowlett was struck by a devastating EF4 tornado that tore through our community, forever altering the lives of its residents. And whereas the tornado caused catastrophic damage, destroying and severely damaging hundreds of homes and structures, displacing families, and tragically resulting in loss of life, leaving a profound and lasting impact on the city of Rowlett and the greater North Texas region. And whereas, in the immediate aftermath of the storm, first responders, law enforcement officers, firefighters, emergency medical personnel, utility workers, and city staff demonstrated extraordinary courage, professionalism, and selflessness as they worked tirelessly to secure neighborhoods and begin recovery efforts. And whereas residents of Rowlett showed remarkable resilience, compassion, and unity as neighbors helped neighbors, volunteers arrived from across the region, local organizations, faith communities, and businesses rallied together to provide shelter, food, resources, and hope during this incredibly difficult time. And whereas over the past 10 years, the city of Rowlett has rebuilt not only homes and infrastructure, but also strengthened its commitment to preparedness, community connection, and honoring the memories of those lost while supporting those forever changed by the storm. And whereas the 10th anniversary of December 26, 2015 tornado serves as a solemn moment of remembrance, reflection, and gratitude for the lives lost, the strength of survivors, and the enduring spirit of the Rowlett community. Now, therefore, I, Jeff Winget, Mayor of the City of Rowlett, Texas, do hereby proclaim December 26, 2025 as Rowlett Tornado Remembrance Day in the City of Rowlett, and encourage all residents to observe this day by honoring those impacted, honoring the first responders and volunteers, and affirming our shared commitment to resilience, compassion, and community. Thank you. At this time, I'm going to share some historical remembrance from this day 10 years ago and the perspective that I have as well. We'll also have shared remarks from members of our community as well. On the evening of December 26, 2015, a significant tornado outbreak swept across portions of north and central Texas. Over the course of just one night, 12 confirmed tornadoes touched down across 8 counties, leaving a lasting impact on communities throughout the region. 13 total lives were lost and many more individuals were injured. 9 of those fatalities occurred near Interstate 30 and President George Bush Turnpike. Here in Rowlett, we experienced a tornado unlike anything in our city's recorded history. The Sunnyvale-Garland-Rowlett tornado was rated EF4, with estimated winds between 166 and 200 miles per hour. It ranks as the highest rated and deadliest tornado ever recorded in Dallas County during the month of December. And it remains the strongest tornado to strike North Texas since record-keeping began in 1959. Earlier in the evening, the National Weather Service issued multiple tornado warnings as the storm system intensified. At 5:28 p.m., a tornado warning was issued for South and Central Dallas County. Additional warnings followed as the storm moved to the northeast. The Sunnyvale-Garland-Rowlett tornado first touched down at 6:46 p.m. east of Tripp Road and north of U.S. Highway 80 in Sunnyvale. By 6:53 p.m., what was described as, quote, a large wedge tornado was reported near Interstate 30 and Beltline. Significant loss of life and damage occurred near I-30 and President George Bush Turnpike shortly thereafter, and then the tornado set its sights on Rowlett after crossing Lake Ray Hubbard. At 6:56 p.m., the tornado struck the city of Rowlett. The first point of impact occurred in a residential neighborhood near Windjammer Way. Within moments, Rowlett 911 began receiving an overwhelming number of calls, many from residents reporting severe damage, and some from individuals who were trapped inside their homes. Just moments later, Rowlett Fire Station number 2 in its prior location reported, quote, we have a tornado right behind the station. The tornado remained on the ground in Rowlett for approximately 6 minutes, carving a path 3.5 miles long and nearly a half-mile wide across the southeastern peninsula of the city. In that short span of time, lives were changed forever. Nearly 1,100 homes and businesses, about 5% of the city at that time, were affected. Almost 46% of those were severely damaged or destroyed. 1 life lost was here in Rowlett, and 23 of our neighbors were injured. As the storm passed, every available police and fire unit responded. The city's emergency operations center was activated. Mutual aid agreements were immediately put into action. Fire departments from across North Texas arrived to assist, and nearly 300 CERT members from 22 regional programs responded to help with the damage assessment, debris removal, and resident support. Rowlett businesses immediately stepped up to help, with Home Depot contacting city leaders with an offer to remain open overnight. And Chick-fil-A even opened on a Sunday, the first time in the history of the company, to serve first responders and give families a place to charge their cell phones. In the following days, members of the Texas Task Force arrived to assist with search and rescue. Mutual aid from police departments as far away from Louisiana stepped in to help secure access to our neighborhoods that had the greatest damage. As days turned into weeks, public works officials from the cities of Allen, Arlington, Carrollton, Dallas, Denton, Euless, Farmer Branch, Fort Worth, Frisco, Grand Prairie, Little Elm, Mesquite, Plano, Richardson, Rockwall, and University Park all responded at the request for mutual aid, bringing equipment and highly skilled staff to assist with road clearing and cleanup efforts. Before that night, the last tornado to strike Rowlett occurred in 1959. For most of us, December 26, 2015 was the first time we truly understood how quickly everything could change and how vital it is to come together and support our neighbors when it does. While the timeline, facts, and figures tell a story, the personal experience by those in our community is even more telling. While preparing my remarks this afternoon, I couldn't help but be moved by the firsthand experiences that were shared on social media. Stories like this one from Linda, who writes, our family and friends had just started dinner when the lights went out. We lit candles and continued our meal, not knowing what was going on. My husband and sons went to the back patio where they saw a massive tornado. They ran back into the house and we huddled in the guest bath and laundry room. All we could hear was the roaring wind and screams of our granddaughters. We were blessed that day, and God was watching over us. A former employee by the name of Lori writes, I worked in the building inspections department during this, and I will never forget all the devastation and talking to all the homeowners who lost everything. And lastly, this comment by Candy really sums up the overflowing care and support that came in the days after. She wrote, my husband is a retired first responder. In the aftermath of the storm, we helped our friends who lived on Denver. The destruction in that area was unbelievable to describe, unless you had witnessed it firsthand. We spent many days going door to door with our church, helping complete strangers. The community really came together during that time. These are some of just the 1,000 stories and personal accounts by those who were so deeply touched by this storm. And that's why it's so vital for us to gather tonight, to give us this opportunity to honor the lives that were impacted, to reflect on the shared resilience of our community, and to stand together as neighbors as we continue to heal even these 10 years later. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for remembering, and thank you for being a part of the Rowlett family. I would now like to invite up Councilmember Gibbs to share his reflections from a law enforcement perspective. As he makes his way up, I want to take a moment to recognize Mr. Gibbs for his 30-plus years of experience with the Rowlett Police Department, for his tremendous contributions to our community, and for his continued service as a member of the Rowlett City Council. Please help me in welcoming Councilmember Marvin Gibbs.
And we'll pick up right where we left off, coming up here in just 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to get right back to where we left off before the break.
Hello, everybody. When they first told me about this and they asked me if I would speak and they told me I had 5 minutes, I said, there's no way. But I'm going to give you the cliff notes of this on that day, starting from the perspective of being at my house. On that day, I was at home on vacation and on holiday and was monitoring the weather like everybody else. I even had on my weather app, and I was watching the local weather channels and seeing what they were saying, and I, too, was seeing the tornado develop. So it was around 6:44 p.m., it was evident that the tornado was in a direct path into Rowlett. So my family and I, we all took shelter in our master bedroom closet. I grabbed my police radio, my flashlight, anticipating the worst, I took them into the closet with me. As my family was huddled together, the lights were flickering on and off, and we could hear the thunder and roaring. Things got silent. The police radio was becoming frantic. Officers were yelling, spotting the tornado in its path. The supervisor that was on duty was telling the officers to take cover. The radio went eerily silent for a few minutes, which is never a good thing when you're a police officer and there's no radio traffic. The officers began again yelling on the radio, frantically talking about the destruction and the path of the tornado, warning people to get out of the way, take cover, due to the massive size and the damage they were seeing. After the tornado passed and we were all clear was given for the officers, the police dispatcher did her job. She started calling on each officer that was on duty that night, asking for their status and if they were okay. Everybody responded back, thank God, that they were okay. 2 officers reported back saying that their vehicles were totaled from debris hitting their vehicle, from massive things flying and hitting the side, hitting the top of their car. And thank God they were not injured. After all was clear, I was in my closet. I started putting on my uniform, putting my gear on, and I started heading out. I knew it was time to go to work. I checked in service, and I began driving over to the east side of Rowlett in my vehicle via Miller Road, as many of you probably did again tonight, to come over here. On that night, my daughter had joined me, who is now as a Garland police officer, and I was kind of worried for her because of what she may see, because she wanted to help, and I was going to let her help that night. The magnitude of the damage was not known. As we approached Miller Road at the railroad tracks, our path was blocked by downed power lines, all kinds of debris in the roadway, and I just had no clue how we were going to pass. And my mind was going, there is no way we can get through this. We were able to maneuver our way around the debris, and as soon as we crossed railroad tracks, I saw the devastation. The houses to my right were just flattened. They were just totaled. My instinct was I got out of the car, I ran up to the house, I began yelling, trying to see if anybody was in there. About that time, 2 gentlemen come running over to me from the street just to my left and told me, hey, everybody was out. Our whole block is accounted for. We have checked on everybody, and right then and there, I knew that we had people taking care of other people. I knew that Rowlett was coming together. After I saw the down power lines, I began checking with our police dispatch to make sure that they were calling Encore and letting people know about it. But later on, I was found out that Encore, who was on Johnny on the spot, I'll call it, and they knew that if they didn't get those power lines off, people were going to die. And I can tell you that probably would have happened for sure, because people were in their cars trying to make it home, and they were getting caught up in the power lines and stepping out of their cars and walking over the power lines. The dispatch, I've lost my place. Dispatch calls to help locate loved ones started pouring into dispatch, and dispatch started becoming overwhelmed, as I knew they probably were, but I could tell you could not tell it by their radio traffic, the way they were talking on the radio and sending officers to calls throughout the tornado path of the destruction. Officers were doing their best to maneuver their way through the destruction with debris blocking their path, power lines down, streets were unrecognizable. There was no street lights, there was no moonlight, there was nothing to help us see. I began to reflect back on some of my training I've received about tornado responses, and when they told us that when you respond to these, you're going to come to these areas and you're going to go out there and you will not be able to recognize any street, any house, or anything. Those of you that were out there, you know what I mean. There was no street lights, there was no moon, there was nothing. It was just piles of houses laying on top of each other, and you were trying to figure out where to start and or who to help. As I saw a massive amount of damage, it was very clear that we had to start getting organized and figuring out what we were going to do. Another lieutenant who had came in was supposed to take my place, and I was supposed to go into the command post, but we couldn't get there because I was stuck. I was stuck where I was, and we began there to put together the plan and started telling officers to stand by at certain places and stuff, and to make sure that we were getting to the people that needed the help. Dispatch was doing a great job of prioritizing the calls, because what we started getting was calls from people trying to check on their loved ones. As you remember, I don't know if you do, but the power lines were down, the cell towers were out, and you had no way to communicate. Some of our police phones, like mine, ours got priority, and my phone was constantly going off in my pocket, and I never could look at it. So I can tell you that's a bad thing to do. You probably need to let your friends and family know that you're okay, because it did not stop all night long. Officers started reporting that other officers and firefighters who lived in the city of Rowlett that did not work with Rowlett, they began reporting for duty and asking how can they help. Began to hear in VIPS, which is our volunteers and police services, I began hearing them checking on the radio. I saw countless CERT members driving down the streets, coming in to help, asking where the command post was, hearing them on the radio. Many, as Mayor Winchett said, many departments started showing up and reporting to the command post. We had them from all over the Metroplex, from, like he said, Garland. Even though Garland was hit, they showed up in our city. Rockwall, Frisco, you name it, all over the Metroplex. We were very grateful that Frisco showed up for us at the time, because at that time our current radio system did not have what we called, well, they changed the name again, but it was Garland Mesquite Radio. We called it GMRS, where you could put everybody on one radio channel and we could all talk to each other. At that time, we didn't have that capabilities. Frisco showed up. They brought their radio programmer. They brought the officers to take care of it, and they started programming radios. And those of you that are in law enforcement or firefighters, you know that if you don't have communications and you can't tell people where to go, how to get there, you're going to have problems. And that was the biggest help I would point out at that time that we had that started helping our organization. We began to have to place officers at different locations throughout the city due to the power lines and the radio, the phones being out and the cell towers being out. That way that citizens could see officers in certain locations. And if we didn't have the hundreds of officers from all over the Metroplex showing up, we would not have been able to do that. Without their help, that was inevitable that we couldn't take care of everybody. That way people could see somebody on the street, they could see an officer, they could go up there and contact them and tell them what they needed, and believe me, it was happening throughout the...
You just got to think the amount of people that was on there, like, help. And then everybody for the surrounding areas that was bailing in to get now the help in there, or to get people out. You just got to think, because that was the worst hit area, you know what I mean? That all these entranceways and to get in there, half of that wouldn't have been in use. And try to get there, you would have had to have been, a lot of people would have been trying to go, oh, we'll just go there because that's where it is. Some it wasn't, no, you can't go, that's where it's all flooded and up, you can't get in, you need to go run it, or, you know what I mean? You can't go through it. You know what I mean? People was trying to get the vehicles in there. So I think they'll probably come in and for the tap bits in here and bringing stuff in for the here bit. You know what I mean? I see the wee golf course. It's a belter. There's even that wee hole down there. Go right round the full scheme down there. There's a scheme in the golf course. I wonder if it was a golf course dudes that put that there. They're just dragons or their own land, or just, do you know what I mean? Just flung hussies on it all. That place must have got hit, 'cause you can see where the veins are. Where they all, it looks as if it's like old rivers and stuff. Where all the water's been coming down for the highlands down to the lowlands. You can just see it all. Looks like a wee high spot here. They fucking created a dam out it all and all. It's like they'll be releasing that fucking, you know what I mean? And then when that comes down, boom, and then, you know what I mean? Looks dry. It's Trinity River, the East Fork Trinity River. And it goes on to that big one. The lock and dam number 6, it looks bone dry. Just get wee bits of water's probably for the underground seeping up. There's probably like a layer of the water's probably sitting under. A big sponge. Probably has water going down it, but not much. But you just got to think, if there wasn't any hussies there or nothing, that river should be like, you can just tell it's been getting controlled that much. It's not like that anymore. And all this is meant to be all like bogland in it. This is where it marshlands probably be good for fucking growing certain shit on it. I don't think yous are this mob. Maybe this mob. We've got too much water here, we need to fucking let it out. You know what I mean? You never know. And then, but yous are like, yous don't know, 'cause yous are away down here. Lands up the next one, are like, they don't tell you. You tell that's where the floodgates should be, right? You know what I mean? And then it just stops. You can just tell this is meant to be all water and all down here. You know what I mean? You just tell there's meant to be water. You can just tell the bits with water. There's no houses. You can just tell it's a certain type of land or something. As soon as you get down, you're fucked. You can't go near it. But these ones, these are probably packing it all done before these are putting shit in top of it. The heartland. Right in the heart. Right on a big vein, a big vein up there. It's if this whole part here, you know what I mean? So sitting higher. You know what I mean? And it's that wee finger. Yeah, you can see it's like going there. There's another bit going here. You know what I mean? It's probably all this. It's one of the two of them. That looks all hanging, that looks all fucking flat or something. It's probably the coast that's doing it. Houston, we have a problem. Snake. Can you push it? You're squeezing these ones. Dallas is picking up a wee bit. Now the water's shuffling a bit. Probably meant to all be flat. It's probably all meant to be flat, maybe. And this wee bit's peeking up because all this fuck Oklahoma. Oklahoma's like, we want to go down near the beach. We want to go down to the beach. Boy. You're all trying to get done. Try to push Houston out. Houston's like, no, we're fucking staying here. We're hunkered down. We don't move. Just hit his weight. So there's like an anchor. They don't move. This mob. So it's like everything's all fucking getting squeezed. And you're it. You can see where it's starting to squeeze the boundary line. You know what I mean? Where the squeezing is like, this is where the squeeze happens, and it's peaking up right there. You've got to get fucking, it's like, boom! You've got to get peaked up, so that's what that looks like. You don't spread it out a bit. You need to stop making noise, Dallas. Else they will fucking... Bam on, bunch up! Pile on! That's it. These are all fucked. These are all peeking. Ah, look at us. You're way up here. Even Arkansas, they're like, "Mon, form a big line. and just keep it, but hitting Dallas with it. Spread the pressure out and make it go that way. So all the lines is like, just hit Dallas with it. Oklahoma's like, I'll just do what you do. There's Fort Davis. Are you staying up there? The first day in May, is it? I will fucking see that. It's not a McDonald's observatory. Just watching it for the peak. Balmaria. Houston. Balmaria. That sounds like fucking Balmoral way. That fucking sore ass. Balmaria. Mum will see this, Mum. Balmaria. Use up there. The size he use. Use up there. It's got a wee shoe shop, is it? No, it's the fucking bears. The bears? What do you mean bears? The bear stadium. It's got bears. He's talking about bears. There's no fence. I don't think he's talking mince. He's doing scamming people. He's still got a picture of it. There's a bear's bait. Oh. There's a bear's. There's the bears there. Hilly. Tell the bears to stop drinking the water, or the fucking your lake's drying up, mate. You need to fill the lake up. You give the bears the water. It's got a droof. Mum will buy salmon, more sporty stuff in it. Yous need more seats, mate. Come on. The size of the car park. And that's how many seats. Need more seats. I put seats everywhere. Make that into a car park. More seats. When you try to do here a fucking runway. We put a long jump at here. Do a long jump right into the water. That's what you could do, mate. Put a ramp there. Goes right down the quad bike. Aye. Everybody's like, go, go, go. Daredevil. Fuck yeah. Boom. People can sit in that hole and video it. That'd be a good, just sit there. Just sit on the hill, watching the bears. Watching the bears fucking crash test dummy time. Spring break! Fucking bang. Bud Lights off, crushing Bud Lights off the face like that. Come on. See, he's been watching it. He knows. He's like, I'm skiving. I'm watching them. See, he's got the deal. He's like, I've got the best for you. I've got the sign for you. He's just up here looking at his wee window. Mum will watch these idiots. See if they make it. One of yous have got to go down there now and he's bored. I'm on. See if we can make it. You know what I mean? Where's the local foot? Where's the... Where you just got to go a few sort yourself. Who's going to help you? Well, you'll just have to fucking sit there, mate. The helicopter can land there and pick you up. So I don't think you've got a fucking hospital. You might have a wee doctor. But you better go to hospital, mate. So, yous are fucked. If yous doing stupid. So yous are away out there. So yous are. And the coquina or shuttle. Shish. I don't know what that was. Whatever. Likes his sauce, doesn't he? Wee bit of cheese on it. Let's see what else he does. Oh, it's not a guy. You woman. Soups. Can you see it? Well, it's alright if there's the fire department. Is it a big plan? No, just free. Just watch if the house goes on fire. Use that. Where's the nearest water? Well, I think we're fucked. You need to fill that up, mate. Just in case. Because we can just fucking put a big hose to it. If anybody goes on fire. Or just fucking fill that up and attach it to all the fire hydrants. Just say if we need it, you just fucking there's a big straw. Hey, I'm gonna get my lunch, I think, because it is shows. Where are we going for a lunch? Blue Rock Shop. You can get Blue Rocks, eh? He's probably just going down there. He's like, I'm away to get some rocks. He's away a wee walk. Just run a bit there for these Blue Rocks. I'm on. Cactus Motel. Oh, mate, I heard it's fucking a wee bit nippy there. It is. Might get nipped every time you go to the shop, mate. So you can't walk a bit in your bare feet. Fucking Cactus Motel. But see if you don't like the wee pricks, you can always go at the cozy cottage. It's nice and comfy. It's no jaggy. It's comfy. Nice and soft. Go there, it's jaggy. Ah, fucking cactus. Mate, it must be the wee bushes. You've got bushes outside the hotel, mate. Fucking hell, mate. Fucking bushes to go. Right, I'm going to get a cup of tea now.
Trajectory of negotiations. And that's exactly all we really need to know about Putin's willingness to negotiate in good faith.
One thing that's interesting is, and I mentioned this here, we do have President Trump meeting with President Zelensky there at Mar-a-Lago, where he's been there essentially for the Christmas holiday. Rather than waiting until Trump returns to Washington, Zelensky flying there to Florida. Does that say anything about the nature of the importance of this, that he's not waiting until Trump is back in Washington?
Yes, indeed. President Zelensky has been willing to negotiate. And in addition, to that really bad 28-point peace plan, there is a new one, 20-point peace plan. And President Zelensky wants to also show that he's the one who is willing to negotiate. If you read carefully Russian news, actually, even Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs emphasized, how we should not expect any particular signing of a document. Actually, Russian Deputy Foreign Minister said that Moscow will not sign any peace agreements to end this war right now. And that tells us all we need to know, because Putin, all he needs to do right now is to buy more time and to pollute the information space by sending his negotiators, asking for maximalist demands, then putting a ball in Zelensky's court, knowing that he cannot accept some of his demands. Why? Because we have to zoom out. Putin's ultimate goal is not only to subjugate Ukraine, but to move on and to also threaten the Baltic states, et cetera, et cetera. And Josh, I understand that a lot of people in the West may laugh about that, thinking, well, Putin cannot take like a Kyiv in 3 days. How is he going to attack the Baltic states? All we really need to know, think about the hybrid war and drone attacks, drone incursions that has happened over the past few months, cutting sea cables. Putin has numerous opportunities to buy more time and to play this long game by trying to show also that the West is not going to respond, that NATO is a paper tiger. So moving back to what might happen, today during negotiations. Number one important thing is to go through this 20 peace planning to make sure that Zelensky is not pushed for additional territory secession, to secede territory, because that's something that that Russia wants, by putting all those incredibly difficult demands on Zelensky. Make no mistake, Putin is not...
Just after people I'm on. So I said, we are chasing stuff in Nigeria. It's like as if you know what you are doing, but I think it's more like if you're doing one thing and that's it, nothing else is happening, everybody's got to focus on that one thing. And everybody's got to have everything and anything to say about it. if there's more than one thing happening, you know what I mean? They've not got enough time to focus on that one thing because there's too many things happening at the one time. So you're only got to be able to spend enough or say enough or like, in that moment in time. There's too many things happening, so you're only going to be doing so much with the one thing because there's other things happening. So you're only going to say so much or do so much or that, you know what I mean? You have a say and an opinion or whatever in it. It's because there's more than one thing, but it's not a misdirection or anything, but yeah. You just need to watch it for it. To cover your asses, but make sure you look after yourself so not that nobody's messing about, but nobody's effing about behind your back. That something will catch up on you. It's sitting away in the shadows. It's like it shouldn't have been there. That's what I think's going to be snakes in the grass. You just need to watch yourselves with the money peoples and who they're ruining about, what it's all about. You need to keep an eye on everything just in case. It's just for a money drip. It's not for a long-term partnership business thing. You got a solid something to build on or something. You've got to hear where's all the money people. You get a wee shake so the money falls off the tree and then you chop it down next. I'm just done shaking all the money off now. You know what I mean? You know, as it's like a conveyor belt just for money people. You jump on it and you just. But at the end of the day, you're taking this drip off them. But at the end of the day, they're doing something, I know. They're not taking their bit, but they're doing their bit. And so you just got to think, a lot of people is getting caught up, but you got to think about if you're sitting in the shadows all the time or you're avoiding the courts all the time. Some others, why you've got to pay your way. So it doesn't even go anywhere near that. You know what I mean? You need to think ahead to pay your way even if you do F up. It's all not bought and paid for, but if any of the mistakes are made, all the money's there to keep it alright. If you step out of line, it will nudge you back into line. It won't punish you if you look after it all. It'll look after you. And you just got to think, I know, it'll be government the executive branches and all that, like the money people in America, like the flag money, America's money, that's run about Trump. And it'll be all these private investors and all these other mad balls for all around the world that's sitting in the shadows behind him. Or even that fucking pity, not the, you know what I mean? I think it's too far ahead of it. Too far ahead of it, and aye, get people's heads over, and that's what he's done, and he's meant to do it. While yous were all like, here lad, now all the leaders, here lads, Mom will do some controlled chaos. Or the waste, the people that we don't want in our country, or the criminals and this and that, just get rid of all this bad noise stuff. Fling that at it. They didn't even use the best of the best. They used the worst of the worst. And all the old, obsolete stuff. And all these type of people, they're all fucking clout chasers and this and that, and never mind other people's systems and ways. That these type are probably against their own ways more than anything, their own system, and their government's like, we need to fucking find a way how to deal with all this mess. But it's not everybody, it's just a minority. And everybody's got them. Bad apples. And then again, those bad apples, some of them, there's a even minority of the bad apples that are great people that only want to be there to keep, it's not an anti-thing, but to keep the good thing right. It has to have this other thing to shout at you to keep you right. That's why it's there in the first place. It's for the one thing anyway, you know what I mean? It's not a, you know what I mean? You gotta be a bit smarter. To figure it out, you know what I mean? That instead they can right at things like a raging bull. You just need to take a step back and you'll see it. You'll see it before you even need to see it. You know what I mean? It's a mindset thing. It's the country issue, the mindset, and that was because of ourselves and everybody else's politics. And it wasn't mere the I would say more the well-off countries are a wee bit partly to blame for not taking a responsibility to tell everybody just stay away from all the bad noise and that bad kind of protesting thing, because at the end of the day, just stick in there. There's something at the end of that road, and I think that's what the better off countries is trying to. It's a bigger equal opportunity. They're trying to do. I think Russia should be in on it as well. Everybody should be in on it. Everybody's. Russia's took in a good few people. That's good. It's got a similar type of responsibility to keep up with itself and like-minded, now like established, or you know what I mean, that a sovereignty thing. You can look after itself and stuff like that, and other people round about it. But it's the mindset's no there. It's all messed up. It's doing the money spin for something else. That energy thing and dominance for energy, never mind a people prosperity, you know what I mean? People that's not even go like half of the stuff that you know what I mean? Half of the America, UK, that advanced, and they're just not sitting about, but half of the work's already done for you. While most people in other countries would be running about like a headless chicken, try to get work done, or you know what I mean? You just got to think, you know what I mean, all the checks and balances and everything, how to go about things. You know what I mean? Just for being a cop, for instance. As night and day. And we all sit and complain. Yeah, I mean, I think it's time to, you know what I mean? Not to think again, but it's time to screw it up, folks. I think it's just going to catch up, and I think we don't know where all the bad noise is coming from, but I think where the F-ups are happening, or where it seems to keep on happening, or the people that keeps on doing it, they can't stay away from it. It's just got to stick out even more, and it'll stick out like a sore thumb. While everybody is away doing this other cool thing, this thing was sticking out, doing this stupid, dumbass thing or something that everybody knew. You know what I mean? Maybe Paddy's tracky on the day or not. Nicole, Papa.
Statement that came in from Emmanuel Macron, the president of France. You can see that on your screen. Now, this is translated from French into English, but it says, her films, her voice, her dazzling glory, her initials, her sorrows, her generous passion for animals, her face that became Marianne, Brigitte Bardot embodied a life of freedom, French existence, universal brilliance. She touched us. We mourn a legend of the century. As I mentioned, Bardot later on went to become an animal rights activist, traveling to the Arctic to blow the whistle on the slaughter of baby seals. And she also condemned the use of animals in lab experiments. Now, again, we have learned this morning that Bardot, that French movie star, very well known since the 1960s, has died at the age of 91. As we get details on her cause of death and some additional information, we'll bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to sneak away right now for a quick 2-minute commercial break. 8:26 on the East Coast, 5:26 on the West Coast.
That was Santa's fault. There's no dead enemy. Where did Santa go? That's what happened. That's what I'm at to know. Because I think that thing happened just religiously, Doggerland. Santa's like, moan, we need to run. Our land's all messed up. A flood's coming. Because Santa was right at the coast like that, facing Greenland's just there, the UK's there, Norway and all that, and Finland's just there. So us can start the run. You know what I mean? It wasn't seals they were eating back then, it was the big whales. The big whale bone. And they were making tools. And then they were coming out. Like it was that wee rainbow. That's how the money's there. The money's there waiting on them. It's no ours, it's theirs. You know what I mean? That's how the wee men, the wee leprechauns, they came from up there. And they came down. I hear, mate, can you take us in? Our house is fucked. Doggerland and this and that and Starega. Big mountain fell, mate, and we fucking ran. Our house is fucked. We stay here now. Okay. The monks and all that were blending in with the monks out there in Scotland, and they're fucking mad. We're fighting all the time. Can we stay here with you? Okay. So that's how I think the leprechauns got there. Like, maybe we'll bring all our money and all the good tools and everything. We bring all the good bone. Like, okay. And that's how the Irish, you know, everybody's coming out. Mate, look what we got. Look what we have got. Mate, Santa's back up. Santa's back up. You're kicking a bit because, mate, nobody's going to like it. If you've got all the best tools now and the best equipment, if you've got Santa's little helpers, they know everything. You just fucking say, do you know what? Do you want to stay here? I need a new tool, mate. The one of the tools. I would love one of them. Because I got you. And the best tool makers are wee ones. Cause see, like British folks, they were big fat hairy fingers. Used to break everything. Big fat hairy dumb fingers, big horns like couldn't make anything. Santa's little helpers were the best. And then that happened. So they came down here. Aye. That's how you get wee fairies and that kicking about and all. It's they kicked a bit with all that mob. So they did. Something to do with Santa. But nobody know where they went. I think it was like my land's fucked, the house is fucked. He's trying to figure out where he's going to stay, but everybody's like, you can stay here. It's a home for home, everywhere you can stay anywhere. Santa's like, I think Santa just went, I'm done. Somebody else can take my job. I'm done. One of you can take my job. I'm done. Where can I go? You says anywhere. Oh, this is mine. Aye, okay. Right. Santa's like, I'm done. He's got his bag and he's like, I'm going to travel the fucking world. I can go anywhere. Aye, it's all yours, Santa. A home for home. Everybody's like, you can stay anywhere you want. Santa's like, can I? That was it. Santa's away. You fucked up Santa now. And Santa's like, I don't want to do my job. I'm just going to travel. Somebody else can do my job. I'm just going to fucking sit about. Let one of yous do it. The elves are away where they're chilling anyway. I mean, everybody ran away, split up. This be fancy tweed. The she goat. It's white piping. Scary floaty hair. It's your shot now. With a bit of that on it. So I'll just sit in my own. He's sitting on his own. He's waiting for something to happen. Could be Santa in disguise, the hair down, the tree behind him. So, could be Santa, you never know. Nobody knows where I'm at. You missed it. I was ready to say that though. You get in there. Fucking hit him with your hair. Fucking do that. Right, one will kick them out. Who's next? Now we get the fucking boys. Need to fucking secure fucking Eagle 1 secure. You know what I mean? Fucking the other wee dudes are these are all fucking. It's got a big war in it, and a big invisible war. There's a bungees. Mum will pray. Put another shield in it. And then I'm your pal. Do you want me to test it to see if it works? I'll think something like you, right, mate? Right, test it out. Just don't hurt anybody, right? Right. Just tell them to stay out the road then. Not to fucking touch it. It's only me. And then as soon as somebody flings something, everybody's like, who's next? Who did it? Who did that? Moan, my God. Get up. Are we chasing a picnic? So I'm just fucking testing something who Camden. Everybody's like, get up. What's the point of the day? I choose a big man. He's on his high chair. Fucking like, look at me. They're fucking halfway there. I've been here for ages, we're fucking back, we're still here. They're in there, the old men, they're in the trenches, and the drip piece fucking like, I'm sitting on my high chair now, just fucking like, look at me, just. The old guys, they're just like, I'm sitting in the house, just sitting on my fucking, I'm just sitting on my horns. I'll just sit about and just gab. And just have a wee bladder talk about what you're talking about. Oh, the old jeans are like, oh, were we on a train? Where were we? A train? Where? You know what I mean? It's like Dr. Evil or something sitting there with his wee box out, like, if you say it and rang, I'm going to push a button, right? It's going to fucking, I've got a wee shocker on your ass. It'll zap you. It's a wee zapper on the seat. So if you say it and rang, I'm going to press it. But fuck yeah. That's how That's how he's got a sore arse. This one. He's sitting on it. He's like, don't fucking shock me. He knows. But his finger on the trigger. So I've got a wee button. That one's for the telly. My widescreen. The wee button under it's for your fucking seats. I think she's been shocked once. She's got one wee hair sticking up. The makeup people should have just fucking sprayed some mist on it. Stick it down. Miss Crockett is fucking lashing it. And he dog man, you've not even says anything about her dress. Bill King. He's trying to bring him on it. She's looking at him all the time. The two of them, he's done something. It's not like he's done something bad, but he's fucking says something. She's like, I'm just gonna fucking look at you and you're gonna melt. And now he's looking at her. Now it's you in the middle. He's got a itchy beat, you know. It's a tweed, mate. It's the wee itchy blankets. It's a wee jail blanket in it. One of the ones you get in the jail. It's itchy.
To come to the polls.
All right, we're going to keep a close eye on it. Still to come, it's the economy, stupid. James Carville's time-tested ad.
All right, again, a big thank you there to our Fox 26 Houston team. They normally stick with the Texas political headlines, but as you can see, a lot of national headlines that they are covering as well. We're going to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we will take you right back there as they talk all about the impacts on the economy and how that could impact the midterm elections next year. My name is Josh Breslow, and we will be right back in 2 short minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time 8:45 on the East Coast and 5:45 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Sunday. And on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that right there is a live look over Mar-a-Lago in South Florida as President Trump and President Zelensky of Ukraine are set to meet in just a matter of hours. Now, originally yesterday, we told you it was set for 3 p.m. Eastern time. However, the White House did move that meeting up, they say. So right now, looks like it'll be about 1 p.m. Eastern time. You can watch it all here on Live Now from Fox, live and uninterrupted. I do want to head right back over to our Fox 26 Houston team as they break down all of your political headlines on this Sunday, December 28th.
Housing, wages, inflation, household debt, cost of money, and employment, all components of any conversation about the condition of the economy. As previously mentioned, a plurality of Americans are dissatisfied with President Trump's stewardship thus far, in part because candidate Trump promised a level of prosperity he has yet to deliver. That said, I think it's fair to say it takes time for policy initiatives to trigger the kind of palpable change households can actually feel. Panel, it's been said on this program dozens of times, the political power balance for the next 2 years will hinge on whether Americans begin to feel better about their financial future by the time they cast ballots on November 3rd. Fair statement, Bill?
Yeah, there's increasingly this term people are talking about, the K-shaped economy. There are some people in this economy that are doing extremely well. There are a lot of people that are not doing very well. And so when you look at the averages of numbers,
there's a big fire there on that roof. There's that brown building. This is right in Merchant City. This is, and you see right across the road. I think it's that one with the wee bit that's poking it. That's Tobacco Lord's house. It sent all the fags. Now look, through America and shit like that. See it? That's where we're all. Look, that was the hub for the office thing. We're just going right onto the Clyde, and then away just went. That's where all the well, Four Corners. Where's the Four Corners? Here. is what they were doing, I know, probably. Sending it on the line right onto the fucking boat, I know. They must have had maybe more than one line or something. They must have been putting stuff through the green, I know, onto the river at one point. These have been all crane bridges to all the rock onto it and onto the ships. And then away they went. I'm sure there was even parts of it. They were blocking off like a canal and rising it up as well, because of the amount of weight that it was storing. We're having to rise everything up, shit up, before they could actually hang me out it. To balance everything out. So they knew exactly what the boat could hold when it was out there. Because I think it was too shallow for it. The Clyde was too shallow. They had to push it up a bit and then put more weight on it. I think that's what they were doing, I know. Because all of them, see half of these bridges, they've all got to block it off to rise it up, or to drain it. Or they must have been doing a lot of different stuff with the ships and the rocks that weren't fitting on the ships. So we're probably having to modify ships and everything just to fit the rocks on it as well. The only way to do that is to get the ships in real time and modify your ship right there. The shipyard's just up the road, they could have been easily doing it up here. There's all the shipyards. They're sitting on the boats for working on and shit like that, you know what I mean, all the olden days. So coming for there, running about here. There's a wee building they built that built the rest of it. Just thinking the rest of that building, if there was the rest of that building was there. You know what I mean? Was that going over the bridge at one point, the building, and it was going through it? Record. Or two of them. There were two big spire things like that. Well, I think there's two of them in Scotland, I think. That's where they used to stone and no data protests, but talked all the workers and all that and all the, you know what I mean? You just got to think the way it's designed and all that, they were sitting on that and everybody could hear them as well. It's as if they knew what they were doing. And that was this, as if that was a certain height, that was our ground level. But I swear, I think it was his son at Mercat. And all the English and all that, they're all in there. All the money guys, that's what they all were. I think that was the main hub thing. That the main forefathers and all that went out to America. You know what I mean? All the rest of the family, their sons and all this and other parts of the family, they were all here. And there was ones in America telling the ones here what to do. And all the money that they were making here for sending all that rock air and all that and whatever, you know what I mean? So it's built it all, you know what I mean? So sorry, what is? Yous were right up here, and even more I think. It was shit probably coming out through. Here's what I think was another part of the building. Yous were flinging it on up in the ramp onto the fucking train. You know what I mean? Just to get out of here. Be thicker bit here. You know what I mean? Just to get it to the water. To get it for there. You know what I mean? That was that. Maybe everybody went. They're probably going through that way, but nah. Clyde. That's my neck of the woods. If you just want to know. The last wee kinda the built up area. You know what I mean? There is Mulgai when you start going it this way. It's like another wee last built up area before you actually start to hit. It's no like Glasgow, the built up main area. You know what I mean? Like the city of Glasgow. And then you're out in the house. That's how close GAZ is to the house. Look, Lomond's just there. That is. Well, like half an hour drive after that. Like that. You can see the hills. You know what I mean? In my window. There's this, you can see that for the high-rise flats, so you can Trump's golf course is up there. There's Trump's neck of the woods is. See Aberdeen, that's always when I think you start to see that sand on the shore. And there's, I think it's that bit there. There's a bit that's got a, as soon as you start to zoom in, you'll see it. I think it's this part, I think it's that as a higher part, I think it's this one up here. Trump's course is here, I think. I don't think he's in the tune. I think he's up a wee bit more maybe. Dog Beach, Balmedy Country Park. Must have a park, I know. That must be all fucking his. Balmedy State. I've got it not here. He must be. You know what I mean? See when you just see here I know, see just like run about this neck of the woods. Oh mate, see the picty stones for a picty stone run. Oh mate, there's like between 8 or 15 and see in between it all. There's even old Stonehenges nobody knows about. I'll just run about these neck of the woods. Actually a good wee place to kick about. Just run about this neck of the woods. We even type in This is kinda where all the kinda picty stones are. So that's me, Glasgow, you know what I mean? I'm going up to see Uncle D. You know what I mean? The Picardy symbol stone. The Inverary one. He's in a glass cage. The Rainy. It's this one. A standard one. Don't know me. A couple on the wall. Do you know today, what did I search up there? I'll take off Scotland, Picty Stone, because it might show up, see like Stonehenge, see it's showing up more here now, like Stonehenge, Stone Circle, Stone something, Stone, yeah, there's more popping up, you know what I mean? I just think this is like the mini estate kinda run up at this neck of the woods. That you've got like a wee see what on this road here? So on the A96. Go up so far, cut off, and then go right back in. Get a right good run at something now. For a wee weekend away somewhere. You know what I mean? Bang, back up by coast. Wonder how long that would be, how long it would take. If anybody's done that. You can do. The brand's butt. Up the butt. Where are you, mate? Up the butt. What you mean? The maiden one. See what I mean? Just stone circle. I'm marking it. Marking shit down. Dabon off, that's a good one. You've got a good one there. Wheeze up there gliding. Yeah, I'm happy to jump off. Whee! He's fucking away up in the clouds. And it. Yeah, we fucking windy as fuck. Must be windy as fuck up there. There was more wee stone circle things I seen. Smear. Don't know if it's cause I'm zoomed in. I don't know. Upper Langmore Stone Circle. Know what I mean? You just got to think the amount of clans and all this and groups of people that was all there, and the names are the and dudes were coming. There was stone circles on, you know what I mean? Important ones. I think there was one up there and all. There was a ritual stone. And I think she possibly like, oh, it's the last day of the summer, or it's Christmas, it's Easter. They done the ritual thing. Probably at the main big stone circles. You know what I mean? I think there was ones here and all. They were doing the rituals things, a spiritual thing. And then coming there, it wasn't coming here, it was going more north, I reckon. Because when it was coming in here, it's not all this mob, it was because of that mob, the wee fit. We got up so far. Everybody avoided this bit, I think. They went higher if they wanted the best part of this. Just think all that stuff, there could have been merits. And then you just go to think all this, and there's old shit like that that's just as old or older. It's all there. It's even all here. People are still finding it to this day. It's definitely, I think, you know what I mean? You could probably see where all the land was at one point. Yeah, I keep on saying it. I think there's more to it. And that was, you got to think, that was just before, like the reminiscence of all these stones. I think it's just before, or probably way before, early Christianity days. Because half of these mobs, they weren't even speaking about it or nothing, or the only thing they were connected with was God through Mother Nature, and all that was leaning on like all the, see, like mostly all the tribes people and religions, it was all leaning on like Hindus and Sikh, there's that spiritual thing and connection with nature, and even the Japanese and Chinese and all that, they were kind of their way as well. That they kind of, once they got to know people, they were like, alright. It was just like them, but they done it once they seen what they were all about. They kind of knew us. It's just opened my mind up. It was as if it was like another fucking higher place. You know what I mean? You never know the way people were thinking back then, that type of mind. And then they were, it's like going up there to do the main rituals, and then they're all, right, Moan, it's a couple of days later, when we'll do the thing. They're all going through doing their wee ritual thing. When we'll take it down to we'll take it down to the one down here and all that. Everybody's like, yes! Like a big celebration thing. This is a new time coming in, or this is this time of the season, or that, or this, or that. And that big group of people, like, here's all the traders, or this is it's winter time, you're better doing these animals, it's summertime, it's this, do these animals, you get the best food and all that. It's like they were, I think they went as a, it was like a fucking wave of them. It was just fucking kicking about, and it was all, I think it was all coming for the like churches and shit. This is where all the money was kinda, and stuff was coming out. That's where the seed was. Started leaning on all that. I think that's what people's just, because all the good things that's come at it, they protected it. Protected all the good things. I tried to. But that's one of the wee things, that's how we, you even see for like all used Jews and all that. I'm not saying these are stupid, but if I was, like, I'm not, like, too bad, it's nothing to do with the Muslims or anything, I'm talking about fucking Jewish people, you know what I mean? But for, just to put yourself in that, that type of people, you know what I mean? That, oh, I want to get out of here, there's some, you know what I mean? Too much noise, too much stress or whatever. Just take it out of it, and oh, my family's been caught up and that, just want out of all this and just have a bit of time away from you. You know what I mean? A bit of tranquility, a bit of freedom, a bit of like silence. Time to fucking heal and mourn and fucking whatever, you know what I mean? Uncle Donald. Go away there and get lost for fucking 2 weeks, your own wee bit of freedom, and go and basically do what the heck you want, basically. I don't think, see, the only thing that's really got to stop you in Scotland is your own fucking stupidity. Don't fuck it up for yourself. Do you know what I mean? I think that's the only trouble you're going to get here is if you come asking for it. So just, you know what I mean? If you've got a good head on your shoulders and you've got a good mouth on it, you know what I mean? Aye. Happy days. You know what I mean? Aye. It's a wee bit more woke than everywhere else, I tell you that. I wouldn't want to begin it there not like ripping the ass out it, but taking advantage of things and just be responsible. You know what I mean? Just treat it like your own kind of thing. It's like another home for home. That's the way I see it. And if you've got that respect for the place, and happy days, you know what I mean? Welcome back anytime. Aye, but if I was Jewish, I wouldn't be going. It's like, for me anyway, it's not England's a bad place to live. I would say it's probably a wee bit more expensive if you're wanting to be in built up areas where like work, jobs, whatever. It's a wee bit more expensive way of living, you know what I mean? And it's like a melting pot there. Everybody's there, you know what I mean? Like more. Like everybody's in Scotland, I know, but it's more in England than Scotland. It's like when you start to go down south into England, there's more diversity, I would say. But you start to come up north, you can start to Wales and stuff. There's parts of England and stuff, you know what I mean? In Wales, its roots are still there, you know what I mean? It's no diversity, you know what I mean? It's still, you know what I mean, raw. You know what I mean? Don't think the rest of the world, you know what I mean? The Welsh people, you have knocked it off. Mon, we're going to conquer the Welsh. No one know how. Can you fucking speak Welsh? You know what I mean? That's probably, it's like, I would say that Welsh and the other ones is quite a hard language to speak. You know, like Mongolia, but it's like the Asian languages and all that, and China, Taiwan and all that stuff, Japanese, Chinese. You might only think there's only 3 languages, but there's like 33. Or the Asian languages and all that. Melting pot, London. And it's like, and there's only like 200,000 Jews in the full of the UK compared to like 2 million or something like that Muslims, or 2.5 million or something like that. And you saw all the Jews go down there right in the melting pot with everything. If I was a Jew, I'd be up there. You know, and see, even before Trump, even that neck of the woods, see if you put a good, you put a good, not a good foot there, but you build a good name for yourself there, you'll get looked after. And if anything was, you know, nobody would be messing about with you. everybody would just be getting on with it. Rather than if it was all in that melting pot, there's all that other shit going on. There's everything else going on. That's the things. It's a wee bit unique. Scotland's a wee bit away for the noise, you know what I mean? You just have it and see even, I think even possibly I think it was the English, the landowner people, like the fat farmers and that, the rurals, they go to it right. Because half of the English farmers, they own a lot of land and stuff up north, which is pretty cool. And that's another way, another thing, you get an extra fucking pipe done, because you need one. You have already got one, but you need something better than that. And the way things are going down there, why not put another one in? It's ours. It's not just mine. That's the way I see England. Because half of the water that yous are getting in it, yous are getting it, but yous are having to not treat a lot of it, but reuse it for other things and stuff like that. And doing that, sometimes it's getting back into things. You need a brand new one. I've been saying it for the last 2 years. To get it ready, because everybody else is going to fuck up their own shit. And it's going to be me. I see it coming. Don't I? Moan. We'll get some water off of them. More like, do you know the price of our water's dearer than oil? It's dearer than gold. You fucked up your own land, your own waters, your own skies, your own this. You've done that to yourselves. And you all think you've got to come and fight and take my water off me. Put in a new pipe, sort that out, get it, and then ready, and ready. Just add on wee extra pipes for everybody else once they come. It's got to happen. Because other places, the water, the mountain, trust me, it's the moss that's doing it. It's the moss. It's a magic moss. And you just got to think the water should be a wee bit lower, and these might not be here And you've got to think of all the voids that's done there, I know. Or if the water was a bit lower. Or the voids that's under here to get into it. Because the only ones that's left is the ones that was sitting up at the high points. That you can still get in the now. You just got to think how much other land was there. This was all land. I'm sure it was all land, but it was more lit. You know what I mean, like that. Oh, this bit here. Oh, this bit was all the one. So it kinda here. Oh, this was all joined on. You know what I mean? It was all joined on. I think possibly there might have been a wee river, a wee stream. Maybe a wee mile or so. Couple of mile wide. There must have been a river at one point somewhere. I think at least all this was all land. All here. All here. All the way to here. You kinda see it. How is it? Now it was all coming for there. Remember that wee guy with that? He was up to something. He hurt Russia. He fucked Russia up. But to me, that's what kicked it off. I think Santa was there. Santa was there and took out the game. I think that was Santa's easiest way. That he was going out there and coming here. I think he would have been doing that. Probably gone there. He was going to Iceland. He's got to think these might have been bigger bits of land as well. And that was him here. I mean, you got to think if that was all, that I mean, exposed more. But that's just all the getting into the water and flowed it out. So it's not really as big as that, I don't think. All these, you know what I mean? That's gradually going down like that and then it'll fall. That's gradually getting deeper into the deep. think that's where it all tsunami bang. I think that's where the area it's impacted. I know this is probably because of all the water that's probably come in and it's been just water splashed up. Was that biggie? What was that? And see, once that happened, you just got to think everybody was there. Everybody ran back home. Everybody ran away back home. And there's your lost, no, but your lost knowledge, but everybody was learning stuff, and there was this new maths happening. It was called fractions and division. It could have been possibly happening round about these times. And everybody was going there like, we're all smart right now. You know what I mean? People would have actually went, what happened there? After all that Doggerland thing. Everybody's bolted. The Christianity thing, with all the other religions and all that, all split up, went its own way, went back to its own thing. All the trading togetherness disappeared. Took a big hit. Religion took a big hit. And then it put everybody, but it put into an ice age thing. Ended up iced over. So it did once that fell down, a lot of shit froze over. For so long, and then it came out of that wee mini ice age thing, and the Christianity thing happened, Mother Nature thing. I think that's what Hitler might have been chasing, I know, and how we got that sign, that symbol. And then he probably found out, oh, there's the start of something there. Because they were doing that and worshipping this, and there's that wee sign. Oh, there's a flag, there's this. Oh, and oh, there, round about that time, the people came and that, and it all came out, and it all came together, and then he probably was adding it up, and he was like, oh, we need to go back, it was this fucking mob. And he was trying to figure out, but even though he's speaking German or whatever, because I think that's all Hitler was doing, was stealing everybody's archives. All the knowledge. And he was going way back that far. And the writings that they were using, it's, trust me, they're aware of the pyramids and everything. They were there at the pyramids, they were there at the Göbekli Tepe and before then. This mob. The way the water. They knew everything, how to control a lot of things. They made shit that nobody else was making. All these people. And it was because everybody else was Doggerland. Everybody done that. And sponging it up off everybody. Then that's how they go on, they sucked up everybody else's knowledge. While nobody else, everybody else that was coming here, they weren't really showing it off. But once we're running about all the higher ups, what are you good at, what are you the best at, you know what I mean? That was the right kind of went. They were just sucking it up and all the best of the best stuck together, I think. And they moved things, they moved a lot of good things, I think. For a lot of people. And for everybody to keep on coming back, you'd be addicted to the place. It was like best hunting area, best for everything, best for trading. Go there, take all your cows and sheep and all that, and come back with gold and anything you wanted. Trade shit for gold and all that. I mean, money wasn't an issue. These wee coins and all that. People were going in like gold and jewels and a big marry my wife and all this shit. Are we up here to get fucking some shit and need to take it back down and get it. You need to go and put that jewel in that ring, mate. Try to find a wee jeweler. Even they were the best jewelers. And half of all the wee jewels is all still there. All the wee you can still go to the shores and fucking dig up the sand or go and you can still and fucking no sieve them out, but you can pan them out. You see all the wee jewels and all that they were collecting. Wee gemstone things that they were making jewellery with. It was like the same what Aztecs were doing in the Frog Ranch. They had a lot of wee beads and jewels and they were making necklaces and all that with it. Bracelets and stuff. Oh, this small birthday and all that, I know. Like clued up with drip and jewellery. A lot of the first jewelleries and stuff was coming out for there. And you got to hang with the wee bags that's on the walls of the pyramids as well. It's off of the kirks and temples and your highest of the highs, all your old school worshipping places. And they all stuck together, they all visited each other. I think it was a continuous thing, they were never really in the one spot all the time. Even though there was important ones running about it, the important ones would be always doing what they were doing, but all the other important ones for everywhere else would come and see. It was just, there's a lot of important things going on, I think, for it to get the way it is now. It's like a wee set way. Notice. Just always going to be there. Even after we're away, the next generation, there's a lot of stuff that's always got to be there. You just can't stop it. It's just all the religions, all the faith, you know what I mean? So I think the only thing that will change is the mindset. You look back on things and what people's been through. The stories that people tell and all that. I wonder where, I think the Newton stone's the one, so it is. Let's see where the fucking the Newton stone is. Newton stone. There's a couple. I think there's two. That's what it is. Suckle. In the middle of the field. That one, it's got a wee gravel pit, then right in the middle. Smooth. And there's the other wee one beside it. It's got a fucking, it's got a CERN device. Won't spin it up in the wee one. And fucking what's on the big one. Mum will run round it. Ah, this is shite. Mum run round the big one then. Oh, me the big one. I was running round in circles. Oh, look at that one. It's got a wee heat. You then? Sticking easy do. His son sticking his head out on the side of the road. Got a wee gate there and everything. It's an easy one. Just roll down the window and take a picture of that one. Don't need to walk. It's just your feet isn't wet now. That's a good one. That's the only one. There's only one picture stone you can see. You don't get every other one. You need 2 pairs of socks, 2 pairs of shoes, a pair of gloves, a a flask with tea or coffee in it. You might get lost. Take a satellite phone with you. Take GPS. Take a wee tag, just in case you get lost. Somebody can find you. Take a flare. Pop a flare like that. Come and get me. Where the fuck? I don't know. I'm lost. Everybody's out there. He is. Well, he's fucking lost. He's all there. He's away chasing the stones. Got lost. Popping up flares. Oh, up the Shire. Up the Shire. The fucking Maddies are popping flares. Try to find dudes. Pop a flare. Coming at you, mate. Just you're 20 minutes away, mate. I'll see you soon. Oh, look at that one. He's got writing down there. He says I was here. Me, him, them. We were here for ages. We done the show here. That was us. It's been, you know what I mean? That's how you see the marks on the wall in the jail. That's what it looks like, innit? He's been in jail. Every time we walked by the wee stone, he's like, ah, fucking this stone again. My feet, I've fucking got to say that. I made it. Every time he walks by, he's like, I fucking made it. And if you make it 5 years, you put a line through it. You do. So he's done, somebody done 3 years. He made 5, and then he was like, I was half and half. And he was like, I was half and half and all, but I was cheating. So he wasn't keeping it straight enough. That's alright, and see after these two fucked it up. They two fucked it up. Because the one's after it. It's a fancy one. And there's a wee burn under it. Oh, you used it. Use up there. Up a Skyline Trampoline Park. Look, they've got a stone right in the middle of the scheme. Well, one's off the side of the road. The wee burn is going under it. That's a wee burn, isn't it? Can we go down? Oh. wee burn. There's a wee burn going through you. Mad. Yes, mad mob. Mad mob. They're up kicking about the stone circle. I bet you. Is it that? Oh, I bet you that's all this mob that got reincarnated. I'm going to get reincarnated as a cow. I want to be in a bit. I know my roots. So there's a bunch of them. Like we weren't allowed to come back, so I come back as a fucking cow. Oh, we're back. I'm a cow. So they're all kicking a bit. Or something. They just go down there. I've this fucking white band man. He keeps on feeding the coos. They're meant to be up. The coos are meant to be up there fucking preaching. The fucking cash cow. One side's nature, one side's people. It's divided. A wee biscuit. I wonder if you could freak people out and this could be a UFO could be up here, couldn't it? And just like it's crop circles, that would be perfect, a perfect hill. Because there's a stone right there, right? And you just say, here mate, I'm going to write on your wall. So when you wake up in the morning, you're going to see it. I'm going to leave you a message. I'm going to give you the message, mate. That everybody wakes up, or the East mob. Run for the house. That was probably the bit they ran to. Mum will run up to see who's there. Let us see if they're there. Where the fuck are they? Where's my bees? He's alright. Aye. You staying there? She could have been digging. Let's just stop here. Nobody's hearing me. They ran away. And do you see that mob? See if it was them. Could have been them. He's right in the hood. There's your wee stain. Right, we're going. Let's back up the way in it then. Wee stain's up here. That's the wee stain. You're bloody. Jesus. He ain't in this street. The size of your fence, mate. Come on, pal. Oh, fuck. The dogs I got to walk by that laugh. I can jump it. The dog can jump it. A wee chihuahua. But I can jump it. Size of the fence. Aye, the wee stain was here. No, it was fucking round there a bit. We need to go this fucking street. We're in the wrong street. The bulging. This is free car garage. So I just fixed my motor. Well, I can't see the stone because of the fucking bus stop. Get up the bus and fuck. I wait at the pub. I wait at the pub and you can pay for the pub. Half of the bus. You get half of the bus and walk right into the stone. I think he's up here. Is he in there? I think he must be here. People's been walking in there, made a path. Right, fuck it. I've seen one of they once. I've seen one of this mob. They take the dog out. The dog comes there, takes a walk, it pishes on it. The dog loves it and all. And gets it there. Bet sure the dog's piss on it. Bet sure that's my stone. It's mine. We go here, poison ivy. Mate, your tree's your tree's fucking got to hit the motor, mate. Right behind the bus stop. He's right in the scheme with that one. You're into Brand's butt. He's by Inverurie. We've got this wee one up here. So they must have all been kicking about like, we's doing it there, we'll go for a game of golf. Mon. I'm just gonna go up, do my ritual first and get my upgrade on a golf course. Right. Meet you halfway. Uncle Don. You can't get away from him. You can't get away from him. River Don. Don. Uncle Don. Let's get his name on everything done here. The base. He's all hiding down here in the fucking base. Couple of wee mounts. The mountain up there, you know, And it's at the base. The bath. Oh, yeah, the ones are hiding round there, I know. Right on the bend. Right on the wee bend. Uri snake in it. Oh, is he then? Are you then? Wee beaver. Wee beavers. It's a tree or something that's fucking fell. He's snaking it. Oh, and I think it's seeping it. He's seeping it. Oh, I think they went, Mum will fucking branch it out for making it thicker here. Is that I don't want any of it, just send it on. Is it, oh fuck, we need to go under sooner or later. He's a way of. You know, just going, oh, what you did? Run the river Uri. Oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yes! Freedom! No, fuck. Bend. One good bit. Everything's all fucking windy now. We're winding. Winding down. Oh, yes! Go for it! Oh, fuck you. Hairpin. Ben. That's a 90. Right before the bridge, I know. I was loving it there. Just fucking belting it down. Ah, fuck. Scotland, remember? Ben's. Imagine, Moon, get a wee kayak, we'll go down it. Doing it in a wee dinghy. See if you can make it. He's still fucking going. I wonder where we'll end up. Hooray. By the quarry, mate. Yous will be fucking using up all the water, but I want some out of my quarry, mate. Sure you got enough fucking diggers and all that, mate. Yeah, we hang me there, yeah, we hang me there. These are just hiding up there. These are doing nothing. This is where the business is. Right, I'm on. Likes the castle. Don't know, because there's only one picture. Oh, we're fucking bending. And you try to go back, up. You try to go fucking back up here. Nah. That way, mate. No, we're out this way now. Oh, fuck. We're getting out that way. No, we're fucking. We're following the road. When he's getting a wee bit stony. Oh. Yuri anymore. What happened to you, Yuri? You're a gaddy now. You turned into a wee burn. Yuri. I can't. The wee hump. This is what fucked him up. Yous all think that's a cool place. Maybe Yuri lost his name there. Yuri. Yuri. They don't know. Fucking it's not the pit stop, mate. It's where Yuri stopped. Yuri no more. Yuri's fucked now. Yuri hit Yuri. That was a good one, mate. You done well with that, Yuri. And then who is he anyway? Giddy? The Giddy Burn? Who was he? What the fuck is he? The Giddy Burn? Just you. Oh, where's a stone circle? Another one, maybe? The Giddy? That's a fake one. Tell that mob. They fucked him up. They took his name away. You're burn shy. But it might be a good one. Can we go on? So our shadows is fucking it up. Why am I looking at it? That way maybe. And the sun's coming that way. That's what it looks like now, doesn't it? That's it. And that looks as if there's been a wee, see the wee burn? See this wee burn? Like you can actually see it's as if it's a path that goes right round it as well. Or it's another wee burn. And maybe come up here. And under the bridge, under the railway, don't walk over it. There'll be a bridge somewhere to get out to the other side. Try and no ever walk or fucking stay away from it. I thought there's even a wee bridge there. I think that's something we use that. It's not a wee circly thing. Yeah, I mean, just wee daft things. Doing the giddy, the giddy, the gaddy. And then I think we keep on going in. We are. I thought you stopped right there. The wee angels. news update. This could be an old quarry place, maybe. Right, 2 seconds. Get a wee break now. Do you know what? Should actually be a bit of this on the background just for some noise.
I guess I want to be crystal clear about one thing. I didn't use any racial slurs, no hate speech. I mean, none of that stuff at the game. Actually, never. 15 years season ticket holder for the Lions. I've never done that at all. So, to Kalen, if you're watching this, man, if you could just say that, please. Like, my family's getting threats and stuff, and it's not cool. So, whether you said that or not, I'm sure you didn't want that to happen to the family. Even if you did, like, I forgive you, man. Okay, that's all I got. Go Lions.
All right, at this point, we'll take a few questions.
What did you say? What was said?
What was said?
Because it seems like there was some words exchanged. Not saying it was racing right.
Sure.
Something was said.
Sure. So this assault occurred about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left in the first half. So what Ryan did say is he used his first name. He asked him to sign a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey. But what he did not say is what matters most here. During an entire half of football and for 15 years as a season ticket holder, he did not say any racial slurs. He did not call any names. And most importantly, he complied with the Ford Field guest code of conduct. He did not use any profanity. Again, he did not use any racial slurs. And he followed the rules. And this isn't just me saying it. Ford Field security investigated the incident and allowed Mr. Kennedy to return to his seats after it was determined that no code of conduct violation occurred.
There was a report that I think that there was incident that you were involved in maybe the Seahawks last year. Was there any truth to that?
So there was a complaint that was lodged last year. Not sure exactly who it came from. It may have come from Mr. Metcalf or his representatives. But again, that was investigated last year as well by both the Seahawks personnel and the Lions personnel or Ford Field security personnel. And again, no conduct violation was found at all. And in fact, Mr. Kennedy was allowed to remain for the entirety of that game last year as well.
There was a video circulating online that said that Mr. Kennedy had said something along the lines of that was the goal or something as he returned to his seat. Is there any truth to that?
Well, certainly he was excited to get the attention of a player. That's not unusual. It's not unusual for a spectator to cheer, jeer, or try to get the attention of a professional athlete. What is unusual is when a professional athlete reacts. What's even more unusual is when a professional athlete reacts, walks to the stands, reaches into the stands, and then grabs a spectator. That's what's unusual here. What's even more unfortunate is then the false accusations later that Mr. Kennedy used racial slurs when he did not.
I did want to ask, we were also receiving tips that there had been some taunting going on in the tunnel, that your client here was actually taunting some of the Steelers players as well. Any word on that?
I've not heard those allegations, but once again, Mr. Kennedy has been a season ticket holder for 15 years. He knows what the rules are, and he stays within them. He doesn't use profanity. He doesn't use any racially motivated or hate speech, and none of that occurred. Cheering from the stands to professional athletes is to be expected. That is commonplace. That's probably happened since the history of sporting events. But again, what's unusual here is a professional athlete coming into the stands, making contact with a spectator, and then the false accusations that resulted sometime after that.
What was the intent? Was it just cheering? Was he looking for an autograph? Like how did this all go on, I guess?
Sure. So certainly he was cheering for the Lions, and he was calling Mr. Metcalf by his first name. Certainly he was trying to get Mr. Metcalf's attention, just like multiple spectators do at every NFL game every week. He also, as you can see on what's been widely distributed online through video and audio, he was trying to get an autograph on a Pittsburgh Steelers jersey as well. And Mr. Metcalf then approached the stands, and instead of signing an autograph, grabbed Mr. Kennedy and pulled him downward.
Did DK say anything to you specifically?
Mr. Kennedy did not hear anything that DK Metcalf said at all. And if you watch it in real time, there really wasn't time for a conversation once Mr. Metcalf got close enough to the stands to grab Mr. Kennedy.
What's the goal? Is there any other goal here? Is there going to be any litigation, or you just want an apology for DK, or what?
The goal here is accountability and to correct the record. Again, the false accusations of racial statements or racial slurs being used causes real damage, and that needs to be corrected. Mr. Kennedy obviously has the ability to correct that record, but so does everybody else who heard what was actually said. And so does Mr. Metcalf. He can come out and tell the truth and indicate that he never heard any racial slur uttered by Mr. Kennedy.
There's not any litigation right now.
Right now we're evaluating all of our options, of course, and we're going to make sure that we use any legal remedies available to help protect Ryan Kennedy and his family. And we're not going to litigate this in the media. We're here today to set the record straight.
Do you want to say what kind of business you do? Or?
I don't think we would at this time. We're not trying to draw attention to that business. There's already been quite a lot of negative attention that's resulted as a result of the false accusations of racism. All right. Thank you. I don't know if there's any questions online or how to see that. Thank you very much.
All right, so again, it's unclear. He did not say if there would be any litigation that is coming down, but also important to note that DK Metcalf was suspended for the 2 games here remaining. We're going to keep you updated on all of this as it does continue to play out. Right now, I do want to head to a quick break at 10:25 on the East Coast and 7:25 on the West Coast. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Sunday, December 28th. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Sunday. And on the right-hand side of your screen, you can see two different live images. Of course, the one on the top there is Mar-a-Lago over in Palm Beach County, Florida. In a matter of hours, as we've been telling you throughout the morning, we expect that President Zelensky of Ukraine will arrive for his face-to-face meeting with President Trump. That is set right now for 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll keep you updated here as we start to get those live images into our newsroom. Right now, I do want to get back into some of the big headlines that we are covering here at this hour. Take a look at your screen as the California woman accused of murdering her 9-year-old daughter, then dumping her remains in a remote area of Utah, will remain jailed without bond for the foreseeable future. Ashley Buzzard was arraigned Friday on charges that included first-degree murder in what was a very brief hearing where she entered a plea of not guilty. After she entered that plea, the LA Times reports people in the gallery of the courtroom cried, quote, "Oh my God," with a court officer calling for order before that hearing did resume. And we actually have this post right here that I want to pop up for you coming in from the New York Post. It says, "Courtroom erupts in anger, tears as calm Ashley Buzzard pleads not guilty to murdering 9-year-old." Now, investigators do allege that Buzzard fatally shot her daughter Melody during a multi-state road trip in October, for which Buzzard rented a vehicle and was seen wearing wigs and disguises. Again, that is according to investigators. The sheriff in Santa Barbara County, California, says passers-by found the little girl's body in a remote area of Utah earlier on this month. Now, it's also important to note that a gag order was approved by the judge, preventing the sheriff in Santa Barbara County, as well as his staff, from talking about the case or releasing any related evidence or documents that have not already been made public. Buzzard's next court date set for early next month. As you can tell, there is a lot to discuss here, so I do want to bring in Sky Lazaro, criminal defense attorney in Salt Lake City, to talk about all of this. Thank you so much, Sky, for taking the time, as always, to be here with us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. And first off, I did want to ask you, because Ashley Buzzard is charged with first-degree murder here, how does the legal system there differentiate between first-degree murder versus any other type of murder charge like manslaughter, second-degree murder? Can you break that down for folks out there?
Really what it hinges on is what the mens rea is, or whether or not it was purposely or knowingly or intentionally done. That's what they need to show to get to a first-degree murder charge. When we look at manslaughter or lower burdens or lower mens rea, that usually requires something more reckless, something along those lines.
Prosecutors say that Buzzard was actually seen on surveillance video, different video that they captured during the investigative process, wearing disguises during the trip. They were talking about wigs and other disguises. How does that evidence that's seen on the video kind of factor into the state's case?
The state's going to use that type of evidence where she's trying to disguise herself to show that she purposely, knowingly, and intentionally killed this little girl, that this wasn't an accident, because why else would you try to disguise yourself, try to disguise your daughter, crossing multiple state lines to do so, if it truly was an accident or if you didn't do it. So, because this is a case where it took months to find this little girl's body and then charge Melody with it, they're going to look back and say, because you did all of these things, this is how we're getting to first-degree murder instead of a manslaughter charge or something lower.
And Ashley Buzzard is being held in jail right now without bond. And I want to get kind of your take on how the legal process works, how it's determined whether or not somebody does have bond that is set. How does all of that work?
It varies from state to state. Where she's charged in California, they've, said they weren't intending to seek the death penalty, but they would seek life without parole. And really what they're looking at and whether or not they're going to release someone pending trial, yes, you're presumed innocent until you're proven guilty, but they're going to look at risk factors, and she has very high risk factors. One she didn't report the little girl missing. She really hasn't cooperated. The body was disposed of in another state. They're going to look at whether or not she's a flight risk. She's going to come to court, and just the severity of the charges. In a first-degree murder charge, it's very unlikely that somebody is going to get, out on bail or be allowed bail pending trial.
And how does that kind of change things? Because you mentioned this here, but her body was found in another state. We're talking about a remote area of Utah when they are from California. So how does that kind of factor into the case?
I think they're probably going to look at, where was she killed in California? Was the body dumped there? Those are the types of things they get hard to prove in these types of cases. You're talking about multiple jurisdictions, so where is the right place to charge her? Things along that line. Right now, she's charged in California. I don't expect that to change unless there becomes a huge jurisdictional problem with it.
What do you make of the gag order that the judge did approve against the Santa Barbara County Sheriff, as well as other staff members there? It's pretty involved, and I know it is temporary, but what do you make of that in a case like this?
My guess is there's still some investigation that's ongoing in this case, even though she's been charged. They're probably still trying to find witnesses. And really, a lot of times what these gag orders come down to is the judge really trying to just protect the integrity of the process. If they can at least keep people from talking about it and getting information out there, it does a number of things. It protects the defendant's rights. It protects the state and their ongoing investigation, if there is one. And then it also protects the potential jury pool if they can, limit at least what is being talked about in this case to the general public.
And again, these are some of the photos that were released by the sheriff's office there, providing additional evidence, essentially, of what they say is the mother wearing those disguises when she was last seen with her daughter during that multi-state road trip. Now, we also know that a preliminary hearing has been scheduled for a little more than a week from now. This is going to be January 7th. What's the purpose of that hearing? What typically happens at that stage?
Preliminary hearing is kind of the beginning process of the case where there isn't a grand jury indictment. It's a probable cause hearing where the state has to put on at least enough evidence to show that she's the individual who committed the offenses and satisfy all the elements. Like I said, it's a very low burden. It doesn't take much for the state to get over that hurdle, but they do have to at least show that probable cause, that they have the right person. In a case like this where there's no witnesses to it, yes, she was the last person seen on video with the little girl, but they have to show that she is the one who shot her and left her body there.
Yeah, very sad situation here, and we'll watch, of course, as it does play out. Skye, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us. Anything else that we missed? Anything you want to add here before I let you go?
I think these cases are always interesting, and I would just say there's a lot of information that's going to come out, probably some at this preliminary hearing, some additional evidence and those types of things. So I think it'll be interesting to watch this and kind of see how the state proceeds with it.
All right, Skye, thank you again for being here with us. We definitely appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And I do want to remind you here that the next court date for Ashley Buzzard is currently set for January 7th. We'll keep you updated on what happens inside of the courtroom. We are going to sneak away for a quick break, but we'll be right back in 2 short minutes with much more news on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Sunday, December 28th. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here on this Sunday as we break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. We do continue to take a live look right here. This is outside of Mar-a-Lago as we await the arrival of President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine, meeting not in Washington, but over there in South Florida with President Trump, as Trump does continue his efforts to end the war between Ukraine and Russia, now nearing that 4-year mark. We also have a new post that is just coming in from Volodymyr Zelensky on social media. He has been very active here over the past several days. He does say, "Thank you, Keir, for the constant coordination," talking, of course, about Keir Starmer, the UK Prime Minister. He says, "I started my morning in Florida today with a detailed phone call with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. We discussed preparations for the meeting with President Trump, as well as all our contacts with European partners. I informed him on the situation on the front line and on the consequences of Russian strikes. We greatly value the United Kingdom's support. We will stay in contact." Again, that is a post there from Volodymyr Zelensky coming in ahead of what will be a big meeting between Presidents Trump and Zelensky later on today. We told you yesterday that it was set for 3 p.m. Eastern time. However, it has now been moved to 1 p.m. according to the White House, so we are just about a couple hours away. Madison Scarpino has been following all of the developments and filed this report with much more on where everything stands right now.
We're having good, I don't know, he would like to come, but I think we should get a deal done first.
That was President Trump last month. Now, Zelensky is planning a trip to Mar-a-Lago on Sunday, as he seems to be pleased with the peace plan the U.S. is proposing. Zelensky posting about a Christmas Day call, saying in part, quote, "Today we had a very good conversation with President Trump's special envoy Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. We are truly working 24/7 to bring closer the end of this brutal Russian war against Ukraine, and to ensure that all documents and steps are realistic, effective, and reliable." But President Trump is reportedly saying Zelensky does not have anything until he approves it, and many experts are hesitant the plan will be successful.
There hasn't been enough pressure to compel the Russians to really enter into a meaningful ceasefire. It's pretty clear that Putin is dead set on trying to obtain through military force the last few fortified cities in the Donbas region.
And on Monday, the president will reportedly meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. The two leaders are expected to discuss the future of the Gaza peace deal, and Netanyahu will reportedly give Trump an update on Iran and its ballistic missile program. Separately, we're learning more about a deadly Christmas Day strike on ISIS in Nigeria. The deadly strike comes after a surge of attacks on Christians and Christian institutions in the country. The New York Times is reporting the strike involved more than a dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles. Those missiles reportedly fired off a Navy ship in the Gulf of Guinea in coordination with the Nigerian government. And President Trump is threatening to kill, quote, many more terrorists if the murders continue.
This is another reminder to extremists everywhere, Muslim extremists, Islamists everywhere, that President Trump is going to be ever vigilant.
President Trump told Politico that the strike was originally supposed to happen on Wednesday, but he delayed it to Christmas Day for symbolic reasons. Traveling with the president in West Palm Beach, I'm Madison Scarpino, Fox News.
And Madison, thank you so much for that report. She broke down all of the different developments there that we've seen happening over the past several days, including the U.S. strikes on ISIS over in Nigeria. Now, speaking more about Zelensky ahead of his visit here to Florida, he did actually meet with the Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. The two of them holding a very brief news conference of sorts, speaking for just about 3 or 4 minutes. Do want to play that for you here on Live Now from Fox.
You have to get down fully.
Thank
you. Thank you. You're now, but again, you're doing. CP ready? CBC ready? Ready. Heads up, everyone.
Okay. Come on. Good to see you, Mark. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Alors, merci, Monsieur le Président. Bienvenue au Canada, bienvenue à Halifax. Vous êtes parmi tes alliés, tes amis ici. Et le Canada va travailler sans relâche pour le peuple ukrainien, pour une paix juste et durable. welcome. Thank you for taking this time, this at a crucial moment in this process. Under President Zelensky's leadership, we have the conditions, the possibility of a just and lasting peace. But that requires a willing Russia. And the barbarism that we saw overnight, the attack on Kyiv, shows just how important it is that we stand with Ukraine during this difficult time, and that we create the conditions for this just and lasting peace and a true reconstruction. And I want to underscore something that has happened in recent weeks, is that the development of that possibility under your leadership, and also the prospect of true prosperity for the Ukrainian people. I'll just finish with one point on Canada. We've provided military assistance, further military assistance. We're announcing today further economic assistance for Ukraine, $2.5 billion worth of economic assistance that helps unlock financing from the IMF, from the World Bank, from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, to begin this process of rebuilding. We have an important bilateral meeting and then a meeting virtually with our colleagues from the coalition of the willing. Il y aura une réunion bilatérale et puis une réunion de la coalition de volonté, et nous sommes maintenant, point final, d'une négociation très importante avec Monsieur le Président Trump, qui lui-même a créé des conditions clés pour une paix juste et durable. Alors, thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us. Dear Mark, Prime Minister, dear journalists, dear Canada, thank you for your support, first of all, and thanks for your words that you mentioned about this tonight attack. It was really very difficult, hard attack. Russia launched more than 500 drones and dozens of missiles, and thanks for air defense of our partners. That's not enough, and this attack is again Russia's answer on our peace efforts, and this really shows that Putin doesn't want peace, and we want peace, and he's the man of war, but he's afraid to speak about publicly. But we see the steps, and what we need to stop this war in any way, and we need two things: pressure on Russia and sufficient strong support for Ukraine. We'll speak about it. We will speak about air defense, and it's really last weeks we had good steps in diplomacy, but we can't live in illusion that it gives us possibility to have less air defense. With Russia it doesn't work. So thank you very much, Mark, for this meeting. We will have bilateral, and as you said, we will join our European friends, and tomorrow I will have I hope very important and very constructive meeting with President Trump.
Very good. Thank you, everyone. Merci beaucoup.
All right, did want to bring you that very brief news conference of sorts with Zelensky and Carney just yesterday. Now, as I mentioned, we are just about 2 hours away from that meeting between Zelensky and Trump, which is taking place over at Mar-a-Lago. We'll bring you all of the live images as soon as we get them. Right now, I do want to take you back to some breaking news that we do continue to follow at this hour, as we are getting a live look over in France. You can see that flowers and other items are being left there at that memorial site that's been created for French movie star Brigitte Bardot. You can see that statue right there, one of many of Bardot that have been seen all over France. Now, Bardot, who was a French movie star, later became an animal rights activist, has now died at the age of 91. The Brigitte Bardot Foundation for the Protection of Animals confirming that news, saying that she passed away at her home Sunday, that's today, over in southern France. A spokesperson for the organization did not give a cause of death and said no arrangements had yet been made. Bardot was hospitalized just last month. But again, this is a live look right here at that makeshift memorial that has just been set up here. Of course, this is what you're looking at, is the plaque, of course, not written in English. It is written in French there, but set up for Brigitte Bardot. She did become a worldwide celebrity as she played a teen bride in the 1956 movie And God Created Woman, which was directed by her then husband. And you may remember it triggered a big scandal with scenes of Bardot dancing naked on tables. And her movie career did span a total of 30 films. She became one of France's biggest names. And I do want to pop up this image that we do have from the Associated Press. That's, of course, Bardot on the left-hand side of your screen. In 1969, her features were chosen to be the model for Marianne, the national emblem of France, with her face appearing, as we mentioned, on statues, stamps, coins, a lot of different items here. Now, we did hear this morning from France's President Emmanuel Macron, who wrote on social media as news of Bardot's passing spread. This is translated from French on X. He did say, her films, her voice, her dazzling glory, her initials, her sorrows, her generous passion for animals, her face that became Marianne, Brigitte Bardot, embodied a life of freedom, French existence, universal brilliance. She touched us. We mourn a legend of the century. As we mentioned here, she did later on become an animal rights activist, traveling to the Arctic to blow the whistle on the slaughter of baby seals and also condemn the use of animals in lab experiments. So no surprise, PETA put out a message here as well. They said, rest in peace, Brigitte Bardot. From rescuing pigeons to cherishing her beloved dogs, Brigitte was an angel for animals, a longtime vegetarian and fierce advocate for all species. She sold her jewelry and personal possessions to start a sanctuary and defend animals. She once said that only through protecting animals did she truly bloom. We honor her legacy by asking everyone to do something kind for animals today. Again, a memorial set up over there in France. I'm sure many more will pop up throughout the day. We'll make sure to bring you those live images and any reaction that we get in worldwide here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but so much more live news coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
Get them all coming up on the beach. Up and sit on the rock. Been up there when it's been like that. To be honest, it doesn't really look high, Ben Nevis. And it does, but it's high. But I would say, see when you're the A9 there is the best bet. That's us there. So, let's try to zoom it. Let's see what we got. One coming up for Stirling. That's what I would do. At Glasgow, M80, M9. That's my route for if I want to take a quick road instead of going through the hills. Take the A and the, you know what I mean? You go onto this fucking A9. M9A9. A9. That's the way I've been doing the right through then. No mountains in there high. You're in the valleys. You're in it. So you get up so far. This mountain range here. Hey. And there's when you get so far up as well, I think it's probably these regions, because you're coming right at the highest point of the Cairngorms as well. You're at the back end there. So yeah. Because once you get in it, you might think that's like a 200 square mile thing. Just, that's like 200 square miles worth, easy. At least. As soon as you get up to somewhere round about here, there's a gate. There's 2 gates. No, there is, and for this weather here is bad, they just shut the road. Can't use this road. That's these 2 bits here, they come right through. Always snow and it covered, so it is covered in it. And see, before there were, I think there was a lot of food, or the more they were grown on wider open good land, you know what I mean? Crops and stuff. Before there was all this animals and whatever, there was limited amount. They weren't doing it as big as what it is now. It was just small scale community. They were all up living in their small wee communities up in like wee groups. A wee one goat or whatever, or one this, couple of this, couple of that. They weren't the big scale. And I think they were living more off the land than they were with livestock. And all this neck of the woods and all that's where all them good moss is. Well, most of it. You just think it probably no be there now, because it was probably only there for a certain period after some of the snow or the ices went away, and then it's eventually just for that early style, whatever the vegetation's been, they've been living off that and eating the shit, the plants and the flowers. I think that's, if it was on the hill, they were eating all the plants and all that and grinding it all down and seeds and I don't know. They were up in the hills getting their food all the time. I think that was the best place to get it. And then you think with all the moss, it's in the updraft, downdraft with all the winds, and the moss carrying, the winds carrying the moss. It's that they were clicking on where to go for it, where to get that default of that. It's like there's been a wee, see the moss, it's been like a fucking, what do you call it, a nuclear reactor. It's blew up, and it's good near it's morphing. It morphs into shit. It's not the same again. It'll just branch out into something else. If you're too near it. You're in amongst it all the time. You're drinking the water and everything. Aye, there's something mad. There's a catch to it. And it's also close to the seas. It's all connected. All the locks, everything. Especially here. Scotland. Lakeside in England's got a wee bit of it. But they're more lowlands. Scotland's more the highlands. It's more... It's peaky. You've got more the higher peaks. But you go down England, it's more full of like Munros, and they don't class them as like mountains and hills or whatever. You know what I mean? They're just no tall enough. Or rugged or ragged. Like pointy, jaggy up rocks that come at the fucking, you know what I mean? Just a smooth wee fucking hill. You know what I mean? As soon as you get by here. But I think that's the lakes, not the lakeside. Still a fucking just there. It's probably just the middle. I'd say you're into England. And Glasgow, and then you're hitting the higher hills. And it just, in a way, when you're out of this west side, west coast, does your day get up and go in there, and you're up I think it's at least even when you're on the roads, just driving up to places. And how many, like if you're, just say for talking's sake, 3 sisters. And Ben Nevis. So Ben Nevis is that Tom. So you're that. He'll even know this is all what waters going into the sea and all this carry on in it, kind of thing. Around 1300 4,400 feet above sea level. 19 3,000 think Glencoe's run about. It's about 1,000 metres. About 3,000 feet, I reckon. You're getting up there. So you do feel the pressure in your ears. You're going from Glasgow to Fort William, you know what I mean? That's only, well, no Fort William. I would say if you're going for fucking Oban, you know what I mean? A few hours drive, you know what I mean? And just even up to the Green Valley. The Green Valley's up there. And it's just, you start to feel the pressure in your fucking ears and everything, so you do. Just we get to this point. The Green Valley. I'm sure you're like, right, what do we need? Because this is the last shop. This is the last shop, because all the rest of the shops we've got to get, it's not going to be like this one. You've got to be lucky if you find a good shop like this. It's the last good shop. You get your check, you know what I mean, you actually stop, you check all your engine oil levels, pit stop, you know what I mean. Get refreshed, top up the motor with juice and all that. Right, where we going? We take that road, we take that road. That's where you get all the best beaches. Oh, the best beaches. That is. Look at them all. I'm sure is it up the next one? Fucking things wee bits. Nah, it's it there, innit? That's it. Nah, it's a different one, innit? Or is it? Is that St. St. Ninians, is it? She's got one, I know. No, I'm sure it's there, innit? We need to open it. Open it. Can we go open it now? It's back there then, isn't it? It's back away. I think it was her. sure it was down here. Thought it was weird and just sand, but there must be a couple then. So where were you? Where were you then? Where were you? Oh, so I was here. I was here and going up thinking I was going there. So it's actually this one. It's up this wee, the wee bit and then up the last one. No, that one. Just keep on following it and it's there. And that was like right in the middle of fucking Doggerland. She was the only one that survived it. They knew. They know. They were there. They were there. They were probably closer to them than we were to them. And that would have been coastline-ish. You know what I mean? And they would, could have been, people might have been coming the coastline way. You know what I mean? And be all this. May have been sticking to the coastlines. Sticking to the edges. And this early, and they were up there. They were up there counting their money. They were up there counting it. And nobody else could count at the time, so they had to go away and do something up here. That's a good one. It's a good one, mate. It's just fucking sand. Nah, natural. The other one's natural, I know, but that's the one, mate. Just when you ever see that, just split the sea into two, mate. Split the fucking sea into two, mate. It does it itself. Split the sea into, mate. Just walk straight up. Mate, keep an eye out for the Vikings. You know what I mean? Remember that. Go down, run down the hill, flash a light out to the Irish, see if any of them wants to come here and back us up. And flash a wee light out to Hamish, tell him to come here. Shit's got out the fan. You know what I mean? Then it's like, come on, and then you go across to the mainland, dinner. You going, When we got him, fucking watch it for the hill. Went up to the top of the hill. Fucking the big boys have got it. And then he's away up here. And he's away up here fucking watching it. You know what I mean? Yeah. On you go, Hamish. You get them. And Irish are like, let's fucking go. The Vikings are like, you ain't in there, you ain't in good there, lads. Fucking nannies like that. Just leave it. Don't touch it. Fucking chapel's fucked. Everything's all fucked. In his chapel. Look at that. Maybe he's done. I bet you, and all the wee monks, they're all come and hate the Hamish. He's like, no tonight. Sorry lads, I'm busy tomorrow. Go and see that mob. So that's them. Then he is looking at the window, sees the monks coming. Ah, fuck, here they come. I think that's what started. The monks always started it. And they're like, the Vikings are like, how you doing? Oh fuck, the monks are here and oh shit. You're stuck in the middle now. And it's like they two start fighting and all that, and then he's like, oh fuck, here goes. Right, Hamish is coming back up. You alright? Somebody kick off again. Right. Who do you like and who are we keeping? You know what I mean? They're all in there gabbing. They're all conspiring. Who's the good ones and who's the bad ones? Who we keeping? Right, come on. Everybody's away up the hill. It's alright, we're going to fix it, don't worry about it. They'll be in a couple of days. We know who's winning it. Just stay in. Don't commit for a couple of days if you hear any noise. It's just us. Just stay in, you're not allowed out. Away they went. Away down the budgie. Waiting. But the Vikings, it's a bunch of them. They're all sitting on there, they set a fire. When? We're freezing. We've got to come on and set a house on fire, it's too cold here. And then, no, here's something to eat. Just flinging it in the water. I think Ninian was a guy. Don't know if it's a guy or a woman. Just fling stuff at them. Just tell them to stay there. Know what I mean? We Hamish and all the crew. Just you stay there, St. Ninian. Just you attract their attention and shout as if you need us. You know what I mean? If anything big kicks off, I'll just run back to the mainland and get some of the boys. No, take your time. You know what I mean? So use lot, all come in early and nosy. We use up the any good shit. You know what I mean? Yous have always got good shit. Use some. Right, okay. Yous were always fucking... Couldn't stay away from it. Ah, we love yous. Can we have some? Or else? We're too cold. It's too cold here. Can we sit by it or something? Hurry up and give us something. And then you just fling shit at them like, right, cheers. See you next time. Right, okay. People loved it. They used to come here and just bear it out, and they're like, oh fuck, need to do this trip again, get to this fucking place, it's fucking treacherous, even that bit, fucking freezing, I need to put on all my clothes and everything's all soaked and I hate this place, it's a fucking mission, everything's fucked. And I bet that's what people used to think. We need to go there to get this shit, or we need to go to that place to show them it's good, that good meat. Everybody else's is fucked or something. They've got good meat. It doesn't fucking go bad, it's a freezer up there. They've got good meat. You know what I mean? Everybody's fucking we still need to go, but you need to go. And that was it. You know what I mean? Right, I'll be 10 minutes, I'm going to bounce off maybe. Get up one cheese. So what time afternoon? See what yous are up to. Snowing. Yous are getting the snow before me. Everything. Well, it was freezing the last couple of days, but there wasn't even a cloud in the sky. It was blue sky day, freezing. The only thing was a few days before that it was misty. And it was like that for about a week. It was just pure grey sky. Couldn't even see blue sky. It was just white, grey sky. Clouds were just covering the sky. Just a sheet of white, so it is. And then, I just knew it was like a wee cold. It was meant to be snowing, but it was too hot for it. And seen the smog on the bottom. That wasn't even real mist. It was just because of the climate that are going through the now. It shifts too quick. Seasons are no changing too quick, but they're no having time to shift into the next season normally. The time isn't the same as what it used to be, and that's what's fucking, it's fucking nature. That's where you see it, is in nature. How they're fucking about the time, sending all the fucking animals crazy. Affects the animals more than us, but all this psycho things. And I think that's how it's fucked up, as dumb does all done. Something to do with the time. You can stretch time and shrink time, even though it's still the same amount of time. It'll just feel as if that day went quicker or that day went slower, type of thing. There's stretching, and even though it's 24 hours in a day, something's there's no what fucked about way, but they're fucking about it. To create space, that's what it's for, to create space and time. Trust me. Need to create the space and time for the new, know that the new stuff to be there, but trust me. Space and time. And then you can put more on the new knowledge and understanding there. It's just the way the world works. And you need to, I think it's because everybody's taken their time and then have slowed it down because of the wars and the military spin that's on top of it as well, that money spin thing, to grow everybody's militaries, and it ain't for a fight, it's to save ourselves and each other. It shouldn't be the wars people's worried about. Something else is on its way that you need to get ready for. Because I think, see, once people really, I think seeing about 50 year on a year, it's gotta be totally different. People's, the way we look at stuff and think stuff is, you know. And the next turn of year, people's got to be looking at all yours like, no that we're all dumb or anything, but that's the way people are going to start looking back on things. Nobody just try to, were they all dumb or something? Or, and then you look back on something for 100 years in the future, you can probably see what we're doing wrong already, or you know what I mean, where the road's got to go or end up. Because you look before, you look now, you can see where you're going. Just need to smarten it up. Get rid of the aggressions, because nobody gets set and done. It just ruins everything for everybody, doesn't it? Maybe puts everything on a standstill, slows everything down. Sometimes that's what you need in some things. Because they're rushing things and forcing things too quick. But then again, if you slow things down like that, makes it much worse. There's... Yeah, you just need to watch how people use their mouths and all that these days. Because I think the government's at a stage that they're... Not that they're fucked, but... I think most of the politicians and they know the kind of bullshit and that condition and this and that. They just, it's like the game's up type of thing. You need to get some. You work for the people. Know yourselves. You ain't in control of nothing. The people control yous, more like. They need to be. And that's where yous are at. But when smart people use that, and all they hear is people saying, you ignored me, you give me none, and then you turn and say, oh fuck you, fuck your system. It's like, okay then. Don't know how to help. You just made it worse for yourselves and everybody. Is there a wrong way to go about it for both sides of the spectrum? The only thing they can do with something like that is punish it. They can't help it because of the way it's talking to them. They're only going to help the people that talks to them in a certain type of manner. You need to go and tell them that. Speak that way. Tell them. Get them told. Get them told all your needs and wants. And why you're worthy of it. You know what I mean? And how many people in America has been working all their life, paying all their taxes and all this carry on and everything, and then boom, jobless, or everything's all taking a change and you're jobless and now try to get into different, but nothing's there. All these other things that's getting built in and it's all the other people for other countries that's in the factories. So the place Americans has got to get a good job, good security, good pay, good that fuck is probably your own military. One of your army things. Get a cushy job. Doing something daft in the army. Neverland. And how many like hurricanes and tornadoes in recent times? That's at least a couple that's hit you hard. You know what I mean? You go to focus, no focus, but if you're rebuilding those areas back up, bigger, better, stronger houses, concrete, big slabs, something, you know what I mean, it's going to last. Need to build strong houses for like Tornado Alley type areas. is that wooden houses. For me, it just looks as if as soon as the wind gets it, it's like a sail in the wind. As soon as the wind catches it, it's away, shreds it up. It's like a shredder. It's like paper going through a shredder. You know what I mean? With all that other debris that's in there, and then it goes through that wood. It doesn't last long. Like, even though the wooden houses, wooden American, beautiful, but they ain't the way for those hot spots. It's going to get hit, or prone to get hit. You know what I mean? Stone houses, even all the beams and posts and roof things, girders, thicker, stronger than normal houses. And then get a good bunker there as well that's going to withstand if the whole house falls down on top of you. At least it's not got to fall in on top of you. You need something, you need to smarten it up instead of, oh mum will put more, oh there's our insurance money, here's a claim. Oh we'll just put another wooden house there. Then it happens again. Or when is the next time? Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. Making a fucking, you know what I mean? A concrete house, and no matter what speed the wind is, if it's coming from north, east, south or west, whatever what hits, it hits my wall and fucking goes round my house. The way my fucking walls are shaped and all this shite. Do something daft with your house. Tornado proof it and shit, and just, you need to. You're in Tornado Alley. Or something like that, you know what I mean? You need to put the right stuff there for it, or else you're just going to get fucking slapped every time. Just going to hit you every time, and all the wooden houses, bye. That's the only thing that is left standing is all the overpass, the concrete overpasses, all the shit that was made with concrete slab and stuff. All the big fucking concrete buildings. You know, the roofs were blew out on them, but the frame, the house was still there. Aye, you've got much more, especially in like between 100 and 200 mile an hour winds. A brick house, and then oh fuck, here's tornado, we've got a warning. Put the posts up, and it's like wee fucking the bollards for your fucking like a driveway or something, but it's big poles that come up and they fucking hang me out and all that, and when the wind comes it does to get the house. Put fucking shit out in the garden that comes up and fucking opens up. Or the wind comes, it goes everywhere else but the house. Do something stupid. Windproof it, tornado proof it. Need to smarten it up, or else it's just going to go round in a big circle, and it's just got to keep on doing it. You don't do the right thing to be ready for it. They'll just keep on catching up until no more. You know what I mean? You just sitting there, you could be sitting in a, never mind, you could maybe in the future, you could be sitting in, instead of normal style houses with 4 flat fucking walls and a wee triangle on the top, it's more like, you know what I mean? The window fucking glare and shit, so aerodynamic house, different shape, it's all round and everything. When the wind hits it, it doesn't hit, it just fucking wind glides over it. You could make certain objects even when you put them in wind tunnels, and you can make the wind do certain shit and put certain objects out in your gardens or right round all your fucking, like your community, like big blocks. So when that big gust of wind comes in, it does its thing, and it's not as powerful or something when it comes through at you. Put up a couple of big fake buildings down near the beach. Or where all the wind's coming. Break up the wind. And then when the wind is, they go and put the wind there. Oh. Kind of part of the sky. No cook it, but do that thing with the sky above it. Doesn't need to be below it. Most of the times it's coming from above anyway, down on us. So if you go above that again, mess about with the jet stream, they above it. I bet you the jet stream, that's no like following all the ley lines and all that, and tectonic plates and all that. That the jet streams are something else. That's like saying we fucking river of air in the sky, innit? Just moves so fast. That's how when you get the planes flying through the normal air and it gets turbulence because it's going through one of the jet streams, the bottom of the underside of it. The jet streams above it are run about it. It's going a different way for what the natural air is. I think a lot of, no, at the middle of the US, but you kind of think the coastlines has got all the air coming in, and then you've got like Tornado Alley, and there's bits for the cold air's coming in for and off, and there'll be wee bits, wee hot spots at all this airflow and the jets. There's bits that will probably just block it for getting, you know what I mean? a right good psycho air for it. And that's when you're getting a build up pollution in your air. Creating wee hot spots for yourselves. And then even you get all the other weather for other countries. All the sandstorms and everything. Right. I think it's time for munchies. Go and see what's happening. I think I'll come on now. We are or something. Beer. Tobacco's. Go get munchies. Munchies. Catch up shortly, folks. Have a nice day.